It's funny to be like, Premat was totally okay to unban forever, and then the one set where it's no longer okay, then they unbanned it. They're doing Mercurium to attach Spell Canceller, then search Premat to reborn it. Terrible. Dog, that's so bad. That's like so miserable. Holy shit. Pure Patron does it with the Charmer link. Why did we even leave Spell Canceller legal? It's been around for a while now. UFC plus Spellcaster plus Drasterus for some reason. Cool. Awesome stuff. Well, I won't be playing Genesys because the TCG format is too good. Anyway, here we are back on our Chinese train. How is everybody doing today? How's your format going, man? Better than that. Better than that. People are going, I can't play Genesys. It has Di-Fi. I'm like, I got bad news about the TCG. We're on the Crystron train. Have you seen the new Empty Jar deck that just topped? You can find it with the search Empty Jar 2026. I already messed it up this year, alright? Get me next year. And those kebabs were really good. Maybe I'll have some more after the stream. And it's just chicken and pineapple, so I know that it's good for me. Ugh. I'll take Spell Canceller over Shifter Dooms. You're still going to play against Shifter Dooms. A new YouTuber tried Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay. I understand a new YouTuber tried Yu-Gi-Oh! For the benefit of Farfa's Clips channel, but at some point we have to draw the line. Alright? How many more videos can we watch of a YouTuber trying Yu-Gi-Oh? I play a different card game and I tried Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, that used to be what playing card games was about. Playing a new card game every couple of weeks, you know, trying them out. Have you heard the big news? Hit early 2000s TCG Chaotic is back. I've heard. I hope the best for the company. You should make one of those videos, but for like Riftbound right now. Chaotic is fun. I love Chaotic. Yeah, me too. I hope it goes well. That's why I said I hope it goes well. You should play Digimon with chat. It'd be the largest Digimon local in the contiguous United States. We'll probably watch that Arc V2. Digimon, arguably worse than Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, bad stuff going on right now. Doesn't the Digimon sim come out soon? Any day now. Hey man, what are your thoughts on the most oppressed class, people who use AI art? I think it's like... Okay, I'm going to say something that might get me canceled by the woke left. When you're describing ways in which you're oppressed, okay? You shouldn't be allowed to say, I received death threats. Because the way the internet is, I think I've received death threats for everything I've ever posted in the last 10 years. It's like, of course you received death threats. It came free with your computer. Half of them are from me? Yeah. Someone typed KYS in chat, and a mod approved it. Anyway, I I saw that thing. It was like, whatever your stance, the fact that he's received death threats is just so... First day on the internet, buddy? Of course he's received death threats. Chats should be nicer. Oh, you want people to be nice, approving KYS in chat, telling me you want me to punch Doomsy players on site. Chat, how do we feel about The Boys season finale, final season? I thought it was fucked up that Homelander and Butcher fucked it out. Is it out? It is out. I think the best thing you can say about it is that it's over. MBT, please tell me about your Edo Pro textures. I've seen your ass on all my shit asking about the Edo Pro textures. They are from MST.TV's Patreon. That's where you gotta go if you want them. I got really mad because I saw someone say the ending is good because all the characters I like got good endings. That's how people engage with stuff now. Is they go, well, what was the status of them at the end of the story? That's what I like. Why is everyone mad about me saying Patreon? Sports teamification. It's the way the fandom works. What about the stuff other than the Master Duel background? The theme is from MST.TV's Patreon. Okay, that one I did on purpose. Anyway, I'm excited today. The testing circle I made for Genesys, we called it Down with Sis, and I got stickers made today that I'll hand out at the YCS if you want. It's the Down with Sis bus. I'm excited about these. But Janet, like SYS, the Down with Sis butt. So I thought MBT was cool until he sided with Genesys over Edison. Edison players want it to be Genesys versus Edison so bad. Trying to pick a fight with something. Is this the server where you post all the Wordle porn? Yes. On that note, let's do the dolls, huh? Let's start with Rule 30 Fortal. All right, what are we fucking with? Toho Project or Fubuki? You know, I think Toho Project has slightly more posts. Yep, I would say probably... Okay, Tony Chopper or Sarutobi Konohamaru. I guess I'm going to say Sarutobi. Ah, boo. It was Chopper. Garchomp or Mount Lady? I'm going to say Mount Lady. I should have said Garchomp. Garchomp's a famous mon. I should have said Garchomp. Caesar King or I don't know. I don't know either of these characters. A Toho Project character or Wuthering Waves? All right, it's got to be the child. Valentine or Nasus? Valentine? Megara or Aurelian Soul? Jesus Christ, please, Megara. Riven or Silverveil? It's Silverveil for sure. Oh, good, it's Riven. Tomura oh my god. Not picking the Pokemon? No way it's that low. I'm getting killed today. What the fuck? League of Legends character. Wow, that was terrible. Scrandal. Okay. Pepperoni pizza. All right, here we go. Cheeseburger or meat skewer? Okay, already we're off to a really fucking terrible start. Fried chicken and chips or cheese and onion pie? I guess the fried chicken and chips is not so bad. Cheesy chips or... Oh, no, not the Gyros Kenyer. Oh, it's never the Gyros Kenyer. Oh, I guess the chips are okay. It was the fucking bread. I should have clicked the bread. Oh my god, I don't even need to see the other one. What the fuck? $3 for that doner kebab? And it's not... Oh my god. You people need to start caring about the price. You people need to start caring about the price. Hot dog or toffee apple crumble? I bet this tastes really good. Ice cream lolly or doner meat and chips? I'm going to say the ice cream. That looks really good. Chicken chips and cheese or chicken tikka dirty fries? That one for sure. Burnt end Doritos nachos. What? Or macaroni and cheese chorizo pie. What the fuck? I guess I'm taking the nachos. Yeah. Hot dog or... Oh my god. What the fuck is that? All right, I'll take an 8. Cuddle? Hello, girl. What's your name? Oh, really bad. Really bad. Poople? Vibe? Ooh. Whoa. What the fuck? Vice dice. I don't know, man. Vile to pile? Wait, I like that one a lot. Boom. Damn, that was actually crazy. Perfect. Perfect. We'll take it. All right, let's do connections. High key intensity independence might mode medium interval training off force simmer concentration groundhog the longest scale. Medium groundhog. I was thinking these two can like predict the future, but there's nothing else in here that does that. Mode, medium. These are both like the average. The longest. No. Concentration. Intensity. Concentration. Scale. There's a couple that work here. Mode, key. Concentration, intensity. I don't like any of these. These are rough. I feel like after the first one, it's all going to come together. High, medium, low. No. What's off here? Day off. Groundhog Day. Hold. Groundhog Day. Training Day. Independence Day. Off day. It is an off day. The longest day? That was the purple. They're movies. simmer, high, off, medium. It's from an oven. Yeah, stove knob settings. Then concentration, no, might, force, intensity, concentration. Yeah. Yeah. What are these? Music theory concepts. Okay, stupid. All right, let's do a comic dub, and then let's get into the viewing. Mommy's glitch text, or Danny's mom did what? What do you think? I'm thinking Danny's mom did what?
Hi, sweetie. You're back early. Did something happen at school?
It's nothing, Mom.
That is exactly Danny Phantom. That is exactly Danny Phantom.
Tucker's still upset about yesterday. And now I argued with Sam, too. I'm just gonna go to my room.
We can't hear shit? Okay, I'll start it over. I know you all want to hear it. Here we go.
Hi, sweetie. You're back early. Did something happen at school?
It's nothing, Mom. Tucker's still upset about yesterday. And now I argued with Sam, too. I'm just gonna go to my room.
Hold on, dear. Could you help me out with a small experiment in the lab?
I mean, sure. It's not like I have anything else to do.
Could you transform and stand right over that spot?
Yeah, okay.
They're not supposed to know, right?
So, what is this for?
It's a scanner to gather data on ghosts. Can you float a bit and lift your arms and legs? Yes, just like that. Perfect and activating.
Wait, what? Mom, why are you doing this?
Sorry, darling. It was all for the sake of an experiment.
Oh no! Then she has sex with him. This is the worst one so far. Not at all. Legitimately not at all. Be reasonable.
Banana man, a man, banana man, a man. I am banana man.
That was really good. Okay. So I got a couple videos I want to watch today as we nestle in for another evening of stealing other people's content. We can begin with this one by Pack TCG, which I've had for a couple of weeks prepared.
What's up, guys?
Why pros are quitting Master Duel. All right. So the answer to this one is that it sucks.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be talking about a tweet that I saw from Ryan-san, aka Ryan Yu.
You guys are unfamiliar with Ryan. He's that really beefy guy who plays Elemental Heroes.
You can follow him on X at CarmanoRai. And it said, "Thank you to Kyotoon for making me want to quit Master Duel for the first time. And honestly..."
Why does he say cool tune like Jaxel? Why does he say cool tune like Jaxel?
I get it completely. Today we're going to be talking about why Kyotoon is one of the most miserable decks to play against in recent memory. And I'm going to be breaking out exactly what makes it so unfun. Because I don't think it's just like a deck is strong kind of conversation. There's something simply awful about this one in particular. So let's kind of jump right into it, right? So the first thing is the deck doesn't really feel fair at all. Let's talk about what it feels like to play against Q-Tune, right?
He really says it like the Jaxel. Oh my god, that's gonna fuck me up. I don't think I can get through it.
And I think that's what he kind of like talks about it already, or hinted at it. It's not that the deck is, you know, strong or good at all. Plenty of decks are good in general. It's just that when you play against it, it feels like you almost have like no agency of sorts. And when you sit against that type of deck or Q-Tune in general, or there just feels like you have no chance. Usually, like there's some sort of chance when you go second. There's like a hand trap of some sorts. You have like a way to interact with your opponent. You might have ways to play into the board. With Q-Tunes, it feels like none of that really matters because the deck is so resilient at playing through hand traps. It's also very consistent. So once you get the steam rolling, it's just GG's. And that kind of feeling of where you're doing, you know, you can't really do anything, I think is what makes people want to quit. And I definitely want to reemphasize that this isn't really something new in Yu-Gi-Oh! Every format definitely has like their problem child, their problem deck per se, but I think Q-Tune has reached a point in game design where it's not just strong, it's demoralizing.
Okay, so I do like this. It's like, not only is this deck good, when it wins, you feel like a fucking asshole. One of the things that people have, I don't know if this is going to come up in the video because it is relevant enough that it's very possible it does. But one of the things that really irritates me about Q-Tune and has a lot to do with this like discussion of hand trapping them at the right moment or whatever, is that there is no way to hand trap them in a way that matters with like 1-for-1 removal usually. He mentions like, oh, you know, there's Bell, and some people early on are like, especially in Genesis, this was really popular, you can just Bell the remix, and it's like, well, you can't Bell the remix because they will have Zaylin. You know, before Zaylin came out, that was true. But with Rotary, they also know you have the Bell, so who knows? The really irritating part of the deck that I wanted to mention is if you have 1-for-1 interaction and you fire it and it negates their card, they can still synchro with cards in the hand. I can't believe they are still allowed to synchro with cards in the hand. Are there any judges in chat? Can someone explain to me why that is? It just like feels like that should not be the case, that the effects of the monster have been negated and they shouldn't be able to be acted. Am I crazy? Am I stupid? Like what the fuck? Oh my god, okay.
And those are kind of like two very different things.
It's a condition.
I think that the deck could be strong.
Okay, by the way, what is a condition? Okay? I just want to ask that question philosophically. Like, what is a condition? You know what? Let's go to Wikipedia right now so I can whine about it. A condition is a part of a card text that is not a card effect. Okay, that's literally true. But, like, usually they are summoning conditions. You know, it can't be normal summoned or set. Has to be special summoned. Restrictions that are like, this card cannot be a synchro monster. Synchro material substitution conditions. These are the ones that are like, it can be used as a synchro. Like Quick Draw says, any synchro or whatever. And name conditions. Shit like that, right? Archetype conditions. Why does condition also mean an effect that you can't negate with cards that say negate card effect? Like, why is that?
Without having to be like that degenerate. And I think that's where we are with this deck right now, and that's not really a good place for the game to be, right? So first, let's talk about the consistency.
The Q-Tune
right?
is like the synchron condition. It is. To be clear, I think you should be able to negate that part of Quick Draw synchron too.
It's super consistent. So every deck's had like usually some like all the top decks like maybe some sort of have like consistency issues, but this is a
like
deck
I
that
feel
kinda,
like a condition
pieces,
should be like almost universally a
every single time,
downside.
and ends on a board that doesn't look that menacing, but it's pretty much GG's instantly just because looking at the hand is just like a real problem. So there's honestly very few variants. Sometimes like your opponent might have like super polys and stuff, but realistically, guys, like you're gonna name like a bunch of cards like super poly, Dark Really No More, all these sort of breaker type cards that the deck.
And fuck fucking Triff Gaming for telling people to end on a board that doesn't get super polyed. There's one more out that we're not able to play.
Honestly, you can set up its board to kind of play around, which I talked about in my Q-Tune Masterclass if you guys haven't checked it out already.
There we go.
And usually, like in Yu-Gi-Oh, like you do want some sort of variance where the guy going second has a chance. Q-Tune just makes it impossible to go second into the deck. So
a guy or girl, not very woke of you.
I think that's kind of like an issue. And so, yeah, the hand look is just like the biggest real problem. I think like the most broken part of the whole deck, where I feel like a lot of people, I think like if the Q-Tune Rotary just removes the effect like the hand, but if you get the effect to add, I think that makes the game a lot more meaningful. A lot of the cards, I don't even know why they start.
It's crazy that it sees the hand, right? It's crazy that it sees the hand. Add the spell is already broken as fuck.
Putting more cards is to look at people's hands in general. I think that like doesn't make sense. Like, even RB has a way to look at the hand. Roy looks at the hand. Rory looks at the hand. We have to stop.
Dude, shouts out to RB getting the shout out before Rotary. It's like, yeah, you know, there's Rotary, there's Noroi, but before all that, there's RB.
Letting people look at people's hand, guys. No more.
But I agree with that. When we played RB, all I was saying was, holy shit, why does this get to look at the hand?
Know every card you have before you even get to play, all the hand traps you're holding, all the outs of their board and how they should be playing and navigating around it. While you might argue that is a difficult thing to learn, right? You know,
sorry, no punish. I'm going to make a quick example out of you. I hate to do this because I'm usually so nice. You are right. RB's is the most toxic one, for sure. It summons the thing, which means you don't even have to worry about the Nibiru. You just give it to them, and they have it right there. I want to talk specifically about your comment that starts with the word, I mean RB is the most toxic one. What does I mean add to that sentence? This is my number one anal thing. I think a lot of people start sentences with I mean when they don't have to. That's the and once you see it, you can't stop seeing it. You start seeing like all over. I mean, I think that you're like, no, you don't need to put that in your comment. You can just say what you mean. You're making a statement right now. It's your number one anal thing because you're straight. Listen, even if I was straight, I would have a lot more little anal eccentricities.
The custom, they will get better and they'll know exactly what to do to play around all the cards you have. So,
are you sure you aren't
like,
autistic?
You know,
I'm sorry for wanting to care about composition. Does that make me autistic? I don't think so. I will say, I got in a real, I've probably told this story before. I got in a real argument with some people I was living with because they were watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? And they were watching it with subtitles on. And on screen, Buffy goes, quote unquote, she says something like, he's a quote unquote vampire, some stupid shit that she says. And the text said, he's a quote end quote vampire. And I was like eating and I went, oh, that's funny. They messed up the subtitle. They go, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, it said quote end quote, but she says quote unquote. They're like, well, that's the same thing. And I go, well, hold up. No, it's not. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, so you say quote unquote right before you say something that is like a paraphrase of an actual quote, right? Like that's the joke is you go quote unquote, and then you say something that's not a quote, right? But end quote, you put at the end of a quote. So if he had said he's a vampire, she would go, he said, quote, he's a vampire, end quote, right? And for some reason, this pissed the two of them off. Like, they immediately were like, what are you saying? And I was like, what do you mean? I was like, I thought the stakes on this were really low. I didn't think it was going to escalate like this. And they were like, what is your problem? I'm like, I just thought it was interesting that they messed up the subtitles. I didn't think that I was about to be, raked over the coals. And they were like, you always do this. You always have to be right about everything. And I'm like, that's true, but a different conversation than the one that we're having right now, which is that, stylistically, there's a screw up in the subtitles. It was crazy. Oh my god. They were so mad at me for no reason. Like it became a shouting match from a position of nothing. I think that a lot of people get defensive when like they're visibly wrong about something. Obviously, I mean I do all the time. But this wasn't even something they were wrong about. It was something the person who captioned the show fucked up. Oh, man. Anyway, what I'm trying to say here is that I have a lot of opinions about how little idioms are used. All right?
There's some sort of skill you can argue in like setting up the perfect board or setting up the perfect things to do against your opponent's hand. I think that like it almost makes the game feel kind of like solitaire. You just kind of go first, play your entire turn out, and then do your thing, and their hand is so like, yep.
They were tired of you being right all the time. That's actually it.
I guess they can't beat me, which I think is kind of toxic. I think that the element of surprise is what makes the game interesting. The element of being able to read your opponent's hand or like make the right play based on like these judgment calls. I think that's what makes the game interesting. So being unable to do that and having that hidden information is like, just, yeah, I think it's a core piece of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like having like, trying to figure out knowledge, trying to figure out what your opponent can have. I think that's a key integral part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And so like the hand you're set.
What I'm trying to say here served the same purpose as I mean there. Not true at all. What I'm trying to say here led you all to a conclusion.
That's all that stuff. Your top decks are supposed to be a secret, in my opinion. And the moment that gets taken away, I feel like the
Have you
dynamic of the
thought
game kinda
about
shifts.
losing smaller arguments
so,
with your wife
yeah,
so you can
I
win
think,
larger
the deck
arguments
definitely
you
won
care
down.
more
I think it's
about?
actually
You know, I
pretty well
have.
designed.
I
You have
read
effects
about
stack
that
top decks, you
somewhere.
have effects to look to hand. So yeah, I think that one change alone would actually make the deck
No,
a lot
it
more
does.
playable
It's
to
the
play
same.
against
The
because
day
it can't
I
just perfectly
take
interactive.
Dyer's
Because the deck is
notes for
actually so
writing.
cool. Like, no pun intended.
That's
like the
me.
deck is so cool because it doesn't actually just put up a bunch of negates and just call it a day. It's a very interactive deck. Literally, like,
Yeah.
I think that if there's an E-ban tomorrow and they literally remove the looking at hand effect, it is actually so sick because I feel like the deck is so interactive.
Man, this is the most frustrating part of the deck for sure, is that at base, I think the deck is really interesting. Like, it fucking rocks the way that it interacts with opponents. It's layered. It has avenues of counterplay that aren't exactly intuitive. It necessitates different answers based on what their end board looks like. It's very customizable. There's just this one effect that totally negates any of the counterplay.
Rewards really good technical play. It's like everything about it is so sick. It's just the fact that it looks at the hand, right? And there's also the hand trap issue, which is a whole other conversation, which is fine. Don't like, if the deck is good at hand traps, like that's fine. Obviously it sucks, but that is still an issue. Like, hand traps are supposed to be some sort of equalizer. They're supposed to give the going second
You would expect if it was bad against, or if hand traps are bad against it, that breakers would be good against it. But
player a chance against strong, combo decks. And
did you see the Jeff Jones Cool Tune tweet? No,
against Q-Tune, it feels
posted,
like you're
baby.
barely slowing them down. Like you're throwing 3-4 hand traps raw. Like you're on one card, they put up half a board and you lose. And now you can understand why
I'm
it's kinda
going in on the
frustrating,
hand traps raw.
because it's not that
The ones that are of age.
deck just plays through hand traps. It's like the deck also knows which hand traps you have, so you're forced to slam hand traps at the first thing your opponent does, or else they look at your hand, which is also like the fact that it dictates how you're supposed to use your hand traps instead of like timing it at the best spot. Is that there's no best spot. The
Yeah.
best spot is to use it as early as possible and hope for the best. Literally,
Yeah.
Like, that is
That is it's so true and such a frustrating play style. There's so many formats where it's like, wow, by clever hand trap usage, I can really lure my opponent into overextending or hit them at a specific choke point that I know because I'm familiar with the matchup. In this one, it's like, just start, holding A, just start toggling on, fire him if you got him. Hopefully it works.
insane.
There's a lot of times where I do this in a hand that's very weak but has like an ash, where I'll ash like the first thing. I did this all the time in Snake Eye format. If my hand was exceptionally weak in terms of interaction on my opponent's turn, I would just like stop the first thing and be like, I just have to hope that ends the turn. If they put up any point of interaction on their own turn, I am fucked. So I just have to hope they've drawn like the 20% hand that doesn't do anything into an Ash Blossom. That was correct in that format. It was terrible. Our store vended the Philly Regional last week. Not only was it the lowest attendance in Philly Regionals, we also bought probably 100 Cool Tune cores from people. We sold 8. I think people just actually fucking hate that deck. It's crazy how over-represented non-Cool Tune options are in this format, despite the fact that I think, unquestionably, Cool Tune is like the best strategy. I think it has a lot to do with people just being bored. Like, let me go to some tournaments with high attendance here. 400 at the Fort Worth Regional, Costa Rica, Colombia, Dominican Republic, probably Catskill, Vegas. First of all, I think we should note that these are pretty low numbers. Like the Vegas Regional being at like where was it? At 240. It's gone way higher than that in the past. But second off, Fort Worth Regional, a lot of Cool Tune. Megalith in the top 8. Doomsy in the top 8. Do you think this Megalith pilot was like Megalith Mitsurugi is the best choice for this format? Probably not. But, they brought it. They didn't want to bring this shit. Costa Rica, Cool Tune tied for Doomsy in Top Cut. There's a DDD player. Fairy Tale, that's a cool-ass deck. Look at the fucking Columbia one. There's no Cool Tune. They were like, fuck a Cool Tune. I'm playing Gem Knight. I'm bringing Gem Knight to this shit. I'm bringing Sky Striker. 2 Sky Striker in the top 8. Ban Engage. The DR, we got 3 Cool Tune. A lot of them got out in top 8. Oh, it's a regional, so it's not like that. Orchest in the top 8. Wait, hold the fuck up. I saw that. Don't think you can sneak by me. Is that fucking deck devastation virus? Catskill, huge event, 350 people, no Cool Tune in the top 8. Anea Craft, top 8. Oh, there is a Cool Tune in the top 8. 3 Brandeds, a U-Bell. Do you think U-Bell is people are just sick of this deck. They don't want to play it. Vegas is what you'd expect, except for this individual who played a deck that I just can't believe worked. I legitimately am shocked. This is like the most YouTube combo of any hero deck you could possibly bring, and it worked. It's unthinkable to me. I think they literally just played a 45-minute game one, and they were comboing the entire time. I can't imagine it. How many bricks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god, there's so many. Wow, the Adusted for nothing. Adusted here, grab Evil Assault. Why? For material. God. Some people just have it, is the thing. Some people just have it. This person has hero in their title on YouTube. I mean, sometimes you just have it.
Thing to me, right? I know it sounds like a rant and all that, but I do think that like this, I feel like it needs to be kind of addressed in some sort of way, or maybe like have a conversation around. I mean, let me know what you guys think. Like, do you think it's toxic, or is it just me? Maybe I'm just tripping, you know? But yeah, like, you know, the deck can play through multiple hand traps because every tuner becomes an extender, which is absurd. And when you effect negation it, it doesn't really work because
I don't know.
like
Hero should Dolphin be in that list? It's a Garnet for Miracle Ejector.
But yeah, like, but whenever you use these hand traps, like you're down card advantage and stuff, so it becomes really hard. Also, there's like a mental component to this, right? Like, if you think about a YCS, if you can use this deck and lose the roll to it twice, you might just be X2 immediately, and that's like another thing. In Master Duel, like everyone's playing Q-Tune right now, so like it's like back to back to back. You're just like playing
back to back to back to back to you. Okay, Master Duel is actually fucking unplayable right now, right? Like, look at this fucking thing. There's a difference between Cool Tune as it exists in the TCG and Cool Tune as it exists in this. I mean, fucking Christ, man. I just can't believe the stuff this deck is allowed to get away with in Master Duel.
these like crazy amount of games, and it's like can be very frustrating. There's definitely room for outplay here and there, but I think it won't take long before the entire play base gets like a lot better with his deck, which is like I'm definitely like in terms of outplay, like I'm definitely outplaying winning games I'm not supposed to right now, but
this is the other thing that people don't want to talk about is if a deck is sufficiently powerful, if you're a professional player, you get a couple weeks of just getting to walk all over everyone with the deck. But after a couple of weeks, people's practice will catch up, and they'll be able to play the deck at a competent enough level that frequently you will just lose the roll and die.
If the deck is around for like another month or so, but it doesn't take a genius to play this deck at a really strong level, right? So yeah, it's definitely just tough. I think like one of the best things about Yu-Gi-Oh is like when you think back, like, okay, could I have done anything differently? Usually there's, you know,
that's one of the biggest upsides to being a pro and having a huge circle and like a lot of games available at any given time is you hit the ground running so much faster than anyone else. And you'll notice near the end of like formats, as much as we have them, that's when you start seeing a bunch of no names like topping, and it's just because they've caught up.
You could have done to like, you know, perform better. But usually when you play against Q2, and it's like, dude, like I just didn't draw enough hand traps. I didn't draw 4 hand traps, guys. I guess I lose. My opponent opened rotary Q. GG's. And I feel like the best metas in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where like you're like when you feel you lose, you felt like you had a chance, right? Like, even if it's like, like, or at least you felt like you had, like, if my opponent like, you know, didn't do this or do this incorrectly, you got a chance. But when they look at your hand, it's like, bro, like they're gonna make the right play, you know, and that's kind of like the issue. And so yeah, and this compounds right across multiple games. Like in Master Duel, you're playing like 15 games, and then like they probably close the app by now. So yeah, and because Master is a rank system, you're gonna play that deck over and over again until you're literally just like bang your head against a wall, and I totally feel that.
Coder topped a regional last format. Coder won a YCS.
Crazy. So anyways, what's the solution, right? I think at the end of the day, it comes down to Konami. The deck needs to be addressed through some sort of ban list, or I don't know, some sort of I mean,
I feel like that's why I topped that regional was
which I doubt will happen, but that would be kind of
I had advanced practice on Azamina, and people just weren't really up to snuff on what they should be stopping.
Add a card is cool. Even
like I feel like if you have advanced practice, you're just in such a better position.
I think that would be kind of, I think that'd be sick, just to make the deck a little bit more
Flying Mask of
decent to
Truth
play against.
Prime. He did. He never talks about it. I know he doesn't. He's not like
we're gonna be in for some really rude awakening, I guess. But yeah, if you guys agree, if you don't agree, disagree, sorry, if you disagree, sorry, don't agree, let me know in the comment section below. If you have your own Q2 moments, let me know. And if you guys watch this entire video and your response is, look, honestly, who cares? I'm just gonna play Q2. Well, fair enough. I respect the chaos, and if you're gonna play, let's play
definitely
right. So
playing.
You guys can check out the Q2
but
masterclass in the description box below to make sure you know what you're doing with the deck. And yeah, leave a like and subscribe. Let me know what you think. Peace.
All right. Next thing we have to watch is Sheldon finds out Mary hid his Caltech acceptance letter clip. Young Sheldon TBS.
Say cheese. Cheese. Now tell me what was in that letter. You're pretty cranky for a Princess Rodeo clown. Missy! Caltech wants you to go to school there. Really? They want to talk to Mom and Dad about it. I can't believe she would hide that from me. Whatever. Put your nose back on.
Young Sheldon. I can't believe Mary doesn't realize how in the wrong she is. They both have poor and excellent qualities, but I firmly believe that George is a better parent overall than Mary. George was definitely a better parent than Mary. He's not afraid to discipline Sheldon when he's in the wrong, and unlike Mary, he isn't negligent towards Georgie or Missy. Grown-up Georgie said it best in the episode of The Big Bang Theory, "I know that life has been tough on you, but that doesn't mean it has been easier on the rest of us." The mere fact that Mary and George lasted this long is nothing short of a miracle. This was a huge deal. Mary obviously doesn't realize how much she could hurt his chances. Not reacting to such a letter is extremely bad for an applic...
If one
Okay, we got a couple more to watch. Here, hold up. What if instead of TBBT, it was TBBL? The Big Bang Larry. That's just Larry. He will never forgive you. Extreme Master Saga number 15. They called this deck bad. I proved them wrong. Scooby-Doo Creepy Run theme. Let's play Scooby-Doo Creepy Run. Wait, why does Congregate look like this now? This is not what Congregate should look like. Rock away, rock away, rock away. That's crazy, dude. Wait, I fucking killed it. Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo. Oh, wait, new obstacle. I gotta admit, this I'm playing fucking out of my mind here. Oh my god. Wait, how did I get less points there? I did exactly the same. All right. Rock away, rock away, rock away. Oh, new obstacle. Those are hard to jump. Oh my god, a literal perfect game. That was crazy. Oh, I have to select my country. Afghanistan. Oh, that was great. This is Unk Subway Surfers. Yeah. All right. That was crazy. You're not in Iran? No, I had to leave. Utopic Lighting, what'd you send me? What on earth is this? Walt Disney Eurobeat. This is kind of fucking hard. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, it sucks ass. Okay. This next one is from Mother's Basement. We're watching this one because I have a cameo in it. But it's called Parasites Are Eating Your Hobbies Alive. And it's about the low gang situation.
On April 21st, 2026, professional dead body filmer Logan Paul and
He's also a wrestler.
Monsuno co-creator Jeremy Padawer made waves on...
Wait, is he... is he or Jake the wrestler? He's the wrestler, Jake's the boxer. Now I remember.
Anime Twitter when they announced that they had just co-purchased the, quote, greatest mangas in the world, the second highest grade One Piece #1, and the highest grade in existence of Dragon Ball #1.
Okay, we should talk about this fucking thing. This tweet was fucking insane when it came out. Manga have grades? No! The new thing right now, and I felt like this about retro gaming too, is to find any collectible and try and make money as a middleman slapping a number 1 to 10 on it.
For a record $550,000, first appearance of Goku and Bulma, which isn't even true. Toriyama teased Goku at the end of Dr. Slump. Also,
it's funny to go on Goku fucking Dragon Ball #1 and be like, it's the first appearance of Goku. Yeah.
Even if it was, it wouldn't be special because most chapter 1s are the first appearance of...
Yeah, exactly, right?
The main character of the manga. That's just how manga works. And it's not fucking Dragon Ball #1. It's Shonen Jump 1984 number 50. I'm falling into his trap again already. So immediately, Anime Twitter jumped Paul's ass, pointing out all those errors in his tweet and then some. I myself chose to focus on mangas.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
If you zoom in on the grading slabs, there's some really funny nonsense on there too. Like,
what could they possibly be grading this on? Like, does centering matter for a magazine? They grade on if you've done the crossword puzzle in the middle.
Like they just listed 2 random mangaka's names out of the 14 or so who
That's awesome.
Also had a chapter in each of those issues. It's just so obvious that Beckett copy-pasted their template for grading American comics with zero regard for how it might make sense in the context of manga. Kind of like how it's stupid obvious that Paul could not give a single solitary PSA 7 too much corn shit about the series that he's flexing with.
I'm literally getting, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about what anime means to me.
Do y'all ever get goosebumps thinking about what anime means to you?
D Monkey, shout out Luffy.
Monkey D. Luffy.
What?
Monkey D. Luffy.
Even the fucking cameraman can tell. But the thing about tricks is, when the magician's up is that obvious, it's usually because he wants you looking at that instead of what's in his other hand.
Okay, we get it. You can do close-up magic.
As fun as it feels to mock him for his obvious LARPing, or watch one of his fellow WWE superstars subject him to one of the most brutal ratios in Twitter history, you need to understand, Logan Paul doesn't care if you think he's a real One Piece fan. Just like he doesn't care about the sanctity of human life, or literally any of the thousands of his own fans who he's robbed blind with his multiple, well-documented crypto scams and rug pulls.
This motherfucker's getting mega sued, by the way.
Only thing he cares about is making money. And that is what makes him more of a threat to our hobby and community than any tourist who's ever subjected you to their bad opinions about anime boobs or whatever. The dude can't even come back to Japan as a tourist. And
this is kind of weird, by the way. I think everyone just sort of memory hold this section of Logan Paul's career. But when he was first, like, up and coming, I recall people being really upset about the fact that his brand was just to go to foreign places and cause trouble. Right? Like, I remember the last thing that was really big for him. Didn't he put like an octopus on a taxi? Do you remember that?
And frankly, he'd be happy to see you call him
like
one, because any
2016.
publicity is good publicity when you're running an ad campaign, and because it stops you from recognizing that he's something much worse, an overseas landlord. Someone without even a passing vacationer's interest in the culture he's invading, whose sole goal is to make a quick buck by making life less pleasant and more expensive for all the locals. And we know that, because this ain't his first investment round. On July 22nd, 2021, Logan Paul made waves across the internet when he announced his acquisition of the, quote, greatest collectible in the world, a
penis.
PSA 10 Pikachu Illustrator Pokemon card for a record $5.275 million. A staggering jump from the previous documented price of $300,000 to $400,000 for every PSA 9 one that had been previously sold, except the one PSA 9 that he bought a month before for over $1 million. This was the culmination of months spent streaming expensive, high-profile Pokemon pack and box openings on the Impulsive podcast channel, the event that cemented PSA as the go-to grading house for Pokemon cards, and a watershed moment for the entire Pokemon TCG community in kind of the same way that a tsunami or a dam breaking is a watershed. Prices for rare cards and sealed product, old and new, which had already been creeping up due to pandemic pressures, exploded exponentially in a matter.
This was a fucking nightmare.
Of months, with chase cards of all types rapidly escaping the reach of all but the most affluent fans and the most shameless clowns.
I do like that the PvP zone is enabled here.
They just take it from my card.
Run!
You've seen these
Now this may strike viewers as harsh.
creatures, no doubt, in TikToks, shorts, and cringe compilations, snatching new boxes and blisters off the shelf as fast as the Walmart associate can set them down before gleefully shoving their overflowing carts past the despondent faces of poor Pokemon-less children who arrived 5 seconds too late for the feeding frenzy. They've
Oh my god.
been the laughingstock of the internet and a bane on the existence of every honest Pikachu enjoyer for the last half-decade, and that is what Logan Paul is trying to bring to your local manga aisles and anime conventions. I mean,
Well, don't worry. There's already 1 million times more annoying people in the manga community.
More of them than you already see at
Okay, never mind. He's making the same joke. We're making exactly the same joke.
anime conventions, and now at the booths that you actually want to visit. This much, many of you already know. But what you might not know is that what Logan Paul did to Pokemon and what he's doing to manga now was no accident. It was a calculated, coordinated plan involving multiple high-income investors to manipulate the Pokemon collectibles market for personal gain. And the
This motherfucker is getting mega sued.
exact same guy who coordinated it with him then is behind this move into manga now.
If you have no other takeaways, we kind of have to be vigilant about this just because it looks like he is looking kind of at Yu-Gi-Oh! But this is something we do have to be vigilant about. A lot of the time when you hear about, like, oh my god, a holy grail was found for this card game, it is frequently an attempt by people who already hold a lot of so-called grails to inflate the value of their portfolio.
Before we get to him, though, I owe my wife, Yazzie, a huge thanks for making this video possible.
And there she is.
By telling me everything I didn't know about the Pokemon TCG side of this story. Because she was there in the trenches, cracking Evolving Skies, Chillin' Rain, and Vivid Voltage as the whole hobby collapsed around her, and now she has a new hobby, Oshikatsu, the art of outwardly celebrating one's favorite things, which is kind of like the opposite of slabbing. And
what is going on here?
recently, with a bit of help from our buddy Liam Rising Superstream, she got the chance to partner with Rio Rare, Japan's premier producer of Ida bags.
It's an ad! You fucking...
From now until May 16th. So, if you want to get one of these beauty... Oh. Bye. Love you. Okay, now back to the guy. The man who taught Logan everything he knows about transactional collecting and convinced him to start...
Can't she say it? Well, probably not. He's probably sponsored.
Streaming box openings in 2020, and the
it's
man
with the
awkward
to put her on screen and keep her muted. I wish I could pull Jillian on screen and keep her muted. I pull her on screen and she's like, hey, did you guys know Joseph's dick doesn't work? Why don't you use Jillian to advertise? I do.
That let him buy the PSA 10 illustrator from that anonymous collector in Dubai is the very same man who just went in with him on those slabbed up shonen jumps. Monsuno co-creator Jeremy Padawer.
This is the first ever Weekly Shonen Jump from 1968. Weekly Shonen Jump allows the publisher to do is introduce a bunch of new brands, a bunch of new pieces of content.
Dude. Okay, I don't want to be like, you know... This is blasphemous, but imagine speaking about the first ever Shonen Jump as a mechanism to introduce a bunch of different brands, a bunch of different content. Come on. Does this shit mean nothing to you? Like, come on.
Naruto, One Piece, and Dragon Ball all started here. This is like
New
the grand
IPs weekly. Yeah, like that. It's one of those sentences that accidentally betrays like a whole host of representations about what this person actually believes.
parent of them all. Potential
As a content fan, as a fan of media,
$1 million publication down the road.
There's more to Jeremy than just creating a late-to-the-party Pokemon knockoff no one remembers for Nickelodeon, though. As the
Monsuno!
CBO of Jazzwares and former CEO of Wicked Cool Toys, he's actually managed the global license for real Pokemon toys for nearly a decade at this point. And before that, he was handling Jack Specific's line of Pokemon toys, among many other brands. But before he did any of that, way back in the year 2000, Jeremy made out like a bandit in the dot-com boom, as the culmination of a website-building law school side hustle built on the innovation of spelling the first word of domains with 2 A's so they'd come up first in search engines. But what did those websites actually do, you ask? Why, they were secondary marketplaces for hot collectibles of the time, like AbsoluteFurbies.com and AbsoluteBeanieBabies.com.
Oh my god. I miss the dot-com boom. Most of you weren't alive yet, but this is the type of shit that people were killing each other over.
It's often said, because it's true, that the only people making real money in a gold rush are the folks selling shovels. And Jeremy Padawer has been in the shovel business for 30 years, during which he's befriended quite a few of his fellow shovel merchants and gold mine owners, who all like to take turns selling their biggest nuggets back and forth to each other for increasingly large prices. But while that can be a decent, even fun way to store money, it's far from the best way to make it with your collectibles. For guys like this, the real grail isn't any of the rare or one-of-a-kind collectibles that they hoard and trade around to store their wealth. It's a very specific scenario. A chance for them and all their buddies to get in on the ground floor of a mass market gold rush for more common collectibles like Beanie Babies or comic books, where they can buy up stock before the plebs even come down with gold fever and make out like bandits. All because they predicted, or better yet, created the craze. And that is exactly what Jeremy Padawer had been trying to do with Pokemon for years before he met Logan Paul.
What's going to make this set into $1 million set 10 years from now is not the fact that the Charizard card, which I'll show you, is 50 grand. It's the fact that the Pikachu is $400.
That was Jeremy talking to sports card collector Buster Share way back in 2019, trying
Something that I don't know if it's going to be touched on in this video, but something that you all have to understand is that while Pokemon card collectors, and card collectors in general, are mostly a bunch of like hustle culture dweebs, there exists a sort of entire subclass of perverse freaks who collect sports cards. The sports card collection community, prior to the Jake Paulification of it all, was one of the strangest, like, vehicles for moving money of all time. Yeah, moving.
Trying to convince him that Red Cheeks Pikachu was the Pokemon equivalent of an OG Michael Jordan card. And he actually does make some pretty
Sports cards has always been like this. Yeah, for those of you that are like, this came out of nowhere. How did they basically translate an entire, like, empire to the grading, slabbing, and selling of these pieces of material? The infrastructure already existed.
Salient points in the interview, as you would expect from the manager of the global Pokemon toy license since 2018, and a guy who had been working with the Pokemon market before that. He had some very unique and powerful insights into the buying habits of fans that let him see a market primed to explode. But to actually press the detonator, he needed help. He needed Logan Paul.
For about 6 years, Logan and I have been friends. We became friends around COVID, a little earlier actually. And dude, he reached out to me and he was like, Jeremy, I want to learn more about collecting.
And to understand why, you first have to understand the incredible economic magic trick known as speculation. If you understand the basic principle of supply and demand, then you know there are 2 ways to raise the
Is this fucking Schoolhouse Rock?
price of a thing. Either suppress the available supply, which is generally pretty difficult and expensive, or use cheap and easy advertising
Is this Ace Attorney?
to convince more people they want the thing. Of course, that generally depends on what the thing can actually do for them, but one thing that basically anything can do under the right conditions is be sold for more money than you paid for it. Those conditions naturally require demand for the thing to increase after you've bought it, which seems like kind of an advertising catch-22. But here's where that gets interesting. The mere idea that there could be more demand for a thing later can create demand for it now. If you can convince
It's derivatives, but for Charizard.
say, a rich and famous YouTuber to tell all of his followers, I'm buying this thing for lots of money because I think it'll make me even more money later. If even a fraction of those followers believe him, it magically makes the thing worth more money now.
And it helps that his followers are dumb.
And the fact that it's already worth so much more now naturally indicates that it's gonna be worth even more later, which in turn means, of course, that it's worth even more now. And a thing worth that much now has gotta be worth tubs of money later. And hey, would you look at that? It's worth buckets now. This amazing trick works out great for everyone, except of course anyone who actually wants to own the thing for its intended purpose, like having manga to read or games to play or a house to live in. But who cares about them? You won't even be able to see those losers from where we're going on the fucking moon, baby! Unless, of course...
Well, I wonder if this applies to anything else. Yeah, like houses.
Literally anything happens to make the thing worth less money now, which, per the mechanics I just described, is not good. Like, say, for instance, the makers of Beanie Babies or comic books notice a bunch of people buying up special editions and first issues at ridiculous prices, so they start making more of those things to collect some of that bag and end up flooding the market with them. To avoid that sort of thing and make it all the way to the moon, you need a way to manipulate not just the demand side of the market, but the supply. A way to manufacture scarcity, or better yet, the perception of scarcity, since...
Grading.
Again, buying up enough stock to actually limit supplies is very expensive, whereas advertising and packaging are dirt cheap. If you can use those tools to denote a segment of the supply as being special in some way, and convince enough suckers that that specialness makes it more valuable, then you can sell them something as worthless as a JPEG of a monkey for millions of dollars. But how to do that when the JPEG is printed on cardstock? That's the question. And the answer is slabs.
Man. I really can't think of a single thing that has been more detrimental to the concept of collecting than the total explosion of slabbing as a concept.
Trading card grading emerged as a practice and very fun phrase to say as an offshoot of the coin grading industry in the early 90s amid a rash of Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card counterfeiting. Hence why the first grading company was called Professional Sports Authenticators, or PSA. Over the decade, with the rise of sites like eBay, PSA's forensic services became increasingly essential to sports card and TCG collectors, who in turn became increasingly obsessed with the idea of owning certified, perfectly centered and printed copies of their favorite and rarest cards. Though ultimately it would be PSA's competitor, Beckett Media, whose Black Label came to be seen as the true gold standard of perfection among those hardcore enthusiasts. That's the power of packaging. This was naturally true for Pokemon cards too, where among the hardest core of collectors, top-graded cards commanded top dollar. Though that was only ever really true for the rarest and most desirable chase cards from each set, the holo foils and full arts. I mean, it cost 20 bucks a pop, plus shipping and handling both ways just to get a card graded. Way more if you wanted to skip the line and get the highest end photo analysis done. No one was gonna shell that out for a random 30-cent EX card. That would be stupid. But what if they did, though?
It's crazy to talk about now, but during COVID, people were like shipping off to PSA every single card they owned. They were like, you know what? One of these has got to be worth $1 million. My favorite is there's a guy at our local who has a PSA 9 Claw Reacher. Are you familiar with Claw Reacher? Claw Reacher... Claw Reacher is this card. Stretching arms and razor-sharp claws make this monster a formidable opponent. This card actually only has one print. It's in Starter Deck Yugi, which means that it is next on the chopping block when it comes to $1 million cards.
What if you could convince the world at large that every random piece of Poke Pack filler could be turned into gold if only the mighty card alchemists proclaimed and preserved its perfection in the magic plastic? When Logan Paul made headlines with his PSA 10 illustrator, PSA became a household name overnight, irrevocably associated in the mind of the average
you should say it irrevocably. Irrevocably is also fine.
Joe with the very idea that Pokemon cards could be worth big money at all. And to those Joes, the PSAs with the biggest numbers are naturally worth the biggest money across the board, regardless of their actual play or collecting value to anyone who's really in the hobby. I mean, sure, there might be several million VMAX Morpekos out there, but only 737 of those are PSA 10s. 75 bucks please, Mr. eBay sir. Or, if you get a PSA 9 back, you could maybe get $24.99 for it, which you'll note isn't even your grading and shipping costs back, let alone the actual price of the card. Funny how the collecting bros who encourage all the Walmart scalpers to go grade all their cards and video games and comics and everything else never mention that part, or the part where you could get back a super common grade that's worth less than the raw you sent in, which mathematically has to be what happens most of the time, because if the cards that are worth thousands of dollars weren't exceedingly rare, they wouldn't be worth thousands of dollars, and per the mechanics of speculation, the possibility that any raw card could be gets baked into their pricing in the same way that sealed product that could have the big chase cards is almost always more expensive than what you actually find inside when you crack it. I digress though. Just as Walmarts and Targets across the nation were finding themselves infested with scalpers, grading companies suddenly had a new, much larger and less informed base of customers of their own, clogging up their order queues to the point that grading waits once counted in days or weeks were now measured in months, which in turn forced the more serious collectors with more serious collectors' items to pony up hundreds of dollars for the express line service. And despite the fact that those serious collectors still saw Beckett as the gold standard, it was PSA that ended up with the bulk of that business, in no small part thanks to Paul and pals constantly mentioning them in podcasts and interviews.
Now, okay, I want to be clear. I denigrate both PSA and Beckett. I think they're both total horseshit. There's only one grading company for me, and that is this one. Anyone heard of SVGC? I saw this from a Gem post, the Gem Collectibles people, who found Southern Values Card Gaming, an organization that had their own grading system and a slab that includes, among other things, a Confederate flag. I have to get me some of these, dude. I have to get me some of these. Okay, I absolutely must get... Ooh, they stopped putting the Confederate flag on their labels. No! Woke got to them. This one's good. We've got the normal flag. Okay, they've gone to the normal flag, but I want to go back and get some of the Confederates. Come on. Normal flag, normal flag. This is probably to announce that they're doing the normal flag. Bring me back, baby. God, they have so many. You just passed one? No. Is that for their 10? Their 10 has the Confederate flag, do you think? These are all 10s. Do they grade Yowie cards? You know, I doubt it. Oh no, did they scrub it? No. You said I missed one? I'm going to see if I can find it. Okay, let's see if I can intuit where it was. Do-do. 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 I'm going to get to it. Don't you worry. Is Bro singing the Danger-esque theme song? I am. Boom. Exquisite 10. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Give me the 9.5 Justin Herbert Confederate card. Remarkable 10. Wait, what's the difference between... Oh, an exquisite is a 10 in all categories. This has 9.5 in something. Immaculate 9.5. Justin Herbert. Wait, Justin Herbert again. They got a big boner for... Luka! Oh my god, wait a minute. Get me the Confederate flag NBA Hoops Luka. How do I get this? Wait, hold up. You should buy one of these as a bit. I've been trying to find one forever. But I think the company closed down. This grading system whips ass, brother. Sylvie's grading service. The bestest card ever. Needs more sparkles. Okay.
Full disclosure, in all of the digging I've done, I can't find any evidence that PSA paid Logan or Jeremy for any of that publicity, so it is entirely possible it was all a happy accident for them. The happiest accident of their entire careers. But there are a lot of ways you could compensate someone without actually creating a paid promotion that would need to be disclosed, like free or discounted expedited grading, or even, you know, just fudging some numbers here and there. Many folks online have opined that in photos, Paul's illustrator looks a little off-center and nicked up for a 10. I mean, there are only 40 of those cards in the entire world in any condition, so it would be a huge statistical anomaly if even one of them actually was perfect. Certainly not impossible, and of course there's no way to check without seeing the card in person, which definitely is impossible, but, you know, something to think about, as is the fact that the controversies and scandals section of PSA's Wikipedia page is 4 times as long as their company history. Of course, it could also simply be that Paul, Padawer, and all of their pals saw the PSA brand as being undervalued, bought up a lot of cheaper relative to Beckett PSA 10 cards, and then started talking up things like PSA 10 Charizards and complete PSA 10 base sets as the grails of Pokemon in order to inflate.
I hate that fucking term. The grails. You just say it to mean the stuff I already have.
The value of their own collections. You know, as a little side benefit to Paul's main plan at the time of building hype for his then-in-development liquid marketplace scam. Carl Jobst made an excellent video about that a few months back, by the way, linked up in the corner, where he also showed a few other examples of how high-profile, record-setting collectible sales are almost always ads in disguise for something else, where the buyer intentionally overpays for an item in order to create hype around the idea that running your collection through whatever service they're trying to sell you can help make you rich. It's a real good way.
Whatever happened to Carl Jobst? What's up, you absolute legends? I sued my barber for giving me this bleach blonde hair. Got sued. Man, I will say I think of him often because today, for instance, someone showed me a graph that had a huge spike in litigants self-representing after the rise of AI. It was like ChatGPT released, immediately this huge spike in people trying to represent themselves in court, and I was like, that's Carl, baby.
To sell shovels. Anyway, regardless of the reason, I doubt anyone at PSA was upset at the outcome of Paul and Padawer's promotion, which gave their business such a boost that by December 2025, their parent company, Collectors Holdings, was able to acquire Beckett outright, giving them control over 80% of the global card grading market. Antitrust laws? Never heard of them. And with that move, they also
I constantly think of that tweet where he said AI
of
predicted he'd have no chance of losing
because
in
exactly
court.
1 year before Collectors bought them out, Beckett announced that grading manga was a thing they were apparently going to be doing now, despite literally nobody in the manga collecting community asking for it. And
well, it doesn't matter. It's money.
naturally, nobody went for it either. Right now, there's this dude on the Manga Rarity subreddit, which is tiny and only exists because r/manga collectors banned speculation, flexing that he's got the only graded Haikyuu #1. Not the only 9.6, the only one.
Oh, as in like everyone else didn't want to do it?
In the world. Just keep that in mind whenever you hear top grade in the world, population 1. The distinction is meaningless unless you give it meaning. And there are 2 big problems that have stopped manga fans from giving manga grades any meaning at all over the last few years. Firstly, real manga collectors collect manga so they can read that manga. Rare manga is only valuable to us because it's out of print and thus harder to read. So the idea of turning one of those treasures into a glorified doorstop is an affront to anyone who actually participates in the hobby. But the other, bigger problem is the grades themselves are obviously complete bullshit. With coins and cards, there are clear manufacturing standards that individual items can be graded against, like how centered is the print, how shiny is the metal, are the ink layers all properly aligned, how much of the original stamp on the coin has eroded over time. But with a book, I mean, yeah, depending on the design, you might be able to judge how centered the cover is, but as soon as you look inside, the system falls apart. If you've ever flipped through a book before, you'll notice that the numbers in the corner move all over the place with every single page. That's because every one of them is printed and cut separately. So they will never be perfectly aligned when they're all bound together.
Yeah, maybe you, sub 10 bitch boy. I only fuck with manga that's sealed perfect 10, all pages centered.
Mathematically impossible. Therefore, the only thing graders can really grade beyond obvious wear and tear or factory damage is the whiteness of those not quite aligned pages. And if you look at this Shonen Jump that I grabbed from my local konbini last year, you'll notice none of the pages are white. The closest they get is off gray because they print this shit on the cheapest phone book grade recycled newsprint they can find to...
It's really funny. It's like, these are designed to degrade over time because it's like, yeah, dude, it's a magazine. Like, we don't need to be expensive. It's like, oh, this is going to be terrible for my investment.
Make printing at peak 6 million right now, like 2 million a week, remotely viable. Anyone who calls a given Shonen Jump white is lying to your face.
You have a Weekly Shonen Jump Dragon Ball 9-2 here with, look closely, exceptional white pages, which I believe is one of the only Beckett exceptional white.
Yeah, of any manga.
Yeah.
It's also really cool to be like, yeah, we've called the special stamp that we put on here exceptional white.
Like look at the color of the pages.
Of course, comic grading is still a thing in spite of similar objections in that space, but it's only really a thing with
Logan Paul, I know many exceptional whites, and you, sir, are no exceptional white.
Floppies there. So thankfully, it doesn't have as negative an effect on comic readers as it could, because they can always just get the trade paperbacks instead. Those collected volumes you see in bookstores and whatnot tend to get larger, longer-lasting print runs than the floppies, so only an idiot would try to slab a trade, even a first printing, because everyone knows the real first print is the floppy. On that note, now feels like a good time to point out that Japanese-style trade paperbacks, or tankobons, are literally the only format that 99% of manga have ever been available in on the English market, and that's the shit Beckett is trying to convince comic speculators to slab up by using—
Wait. Hey. Surely that's not true. Wait, they're like, go to your fucking Barnes and Noble, buy the tanks, and get them slapped. Really? That's what they're saying? Yeah, dude, I'll do it. I have the only Twilight PSA 9.
Using a Japanese word that they don't know what it means. But why would they do such a thing? The manga equivalent of floppies, Zashi, like Shonen Jump, pretty much only exist in Japanese, outside a very brief stint in the 2000s where Viz tried to make English Jump and Shoujo Beat a thing. And
yeah, how'd that work?
while those are less common than tankobons and do have some nostalgia value for millennials like me, as translated reprints, they're still never gonna have the true first appearance provenance of an Action Comics #1 or Amazing Fantasy 15. There are some collectors of Kizashi or first chapters in the West, but it's always been a niche interest for us because we can't read them. We don't really have any nostalgic attachment to this format. The print quality sucks, and they just take up a lot of shelf space. So there was basically no way that Beckett could ever sustain an English-facing business by only grading these. They needed to convince people to start slabbing tanks just to stay afloat, and not just a few genuinely special first print tankobons like Gold Text One Piece, all of them. Manga fans just weren't biting though, and any—
Are people falling for this? I know anime readers are often very stupid, but surely they don't fall for this type of shit.
Scalpers who might raid their local bookstores on Beckett's behalf were already—
Scalpers going to Barnes and Noble. I just can't imagine it, dude.
Busy shoving 8-year-olds into shelves at Walmart. But if Logan Paul could make hundreds of graded—
You watch anime? No, I don't. I watch manga. I read anime.
VMAX Morpekos happen by publicly overpaying for some cardboard, then maybe he can make graded tankobons happen by publicly overpaying for a book. If you watch the announcement video, they're not even subtle about what they're doing.
It's videos like these that are going to make people go searching for their addicts to see if they
We're scamming you right now.
Yeah. By the way, if you have a better copy, will you at least call us first?
Yeah, hit us up. We'll buy it.
Though do take note, because it'll help you understand other scams in the future, of how they cloak the blatant sales pitch for grading in an even more blatant pitch of, hey, hit us up, we're buying. They know their target audience isn't going to bite on that. They know a potential speculator is going to see that and think, aha, you tried to get me, Mr. Paul, but I'm smart enough to hodl the manga so I can make even more money later, never realizing that what they're really being sold is the idea that an unreadable book in a useless plastic box is magically worth more than the book alone. Logan and Jeremy aren't—
But it's the first appearance of Mr. Monkey.
alone, though. There are dozens of card and crypto bro sycophants talking up manga investments in their replies and quotes, LARPing as longtime otaku who still have their One Piece from 25 years ago and are maybe gonna get it graded, and attacking anyone who dares to question the
Dude, I mean, like, are people falling for this? Surely people are— this is— I feel like this all the time on Twitter. You see a tweet like that from someone who's obviously just lying online, and you're like, are people falling for this? And then you see there's 20k likes, and you're like, no, they are. Everything's over. Oh, we're so fucked. But Twitter's so fucked. It's 25 other fucking blue check bots who are like, wow, great idea. Here's how I plan to speculate my way to fame and fortune.
Wisdom of their investing gurus. They've got dudes on Reddit hyping each other up about their tankobon gets and all the generational wealth they're about to generate in conversations indistinguishable from any NFT presale, and dudes who already have generational wealth selling slabs back and forth to each other at many times their market value just to create the illusion of demand.
The good news is that we know this trick already. This is not news to Yu-Gi-Oh players. Oh, wow. A lot of sales for this one thing for the same amount between the same two people for the last week.
This is called wash trading, and in traditional commodities markets, it's actually illegal, but in a neat little legal loophole, individual collectibles don't count as commodities, so you can just do whatever you want with them.
Okay, well, Many things aren't commodities, okay? It's
And just as they did and do with Pokemon cards, they've been doing it with manga for the last year or so. Just take a look at this totally legit auction.
In fact, almost nothing is a commodity, you know.
Reported by Swaggle House in early April of, by an astounding coincidence, the exact same 2 Zashi that Logan Paul was planning to buy just 16 days later, with a graded Dragon Ball going for 45 grand and One Piece for 42.5. Now, just looking at how close those prices are, anyone who knows anything about these books can immediately tell something's up here. The 42-year-old Dragon Ball Kizashi is substantially rarer than the 29-year-old One Piece one, for which both the current and previous sales prices shown here are ridiculously inflated. The last recorded heritage auction sales for One Piece from before Beckett Bros started pumping the prices was in 2023 for a much less insane $2,000, and even that is well above the market average. Looking at eBay listings from this year, a near mint copy in Britain sold for about $800 on March 11th, and on April 17th, this one went for $1,600. And before WrestleMania, you'd find these things going for even lower prices on Mercari and Yahoo auctions in Japan all the time. But ironically, it's the slabs that really lay the lie bare here. A Dragon Ball 6.5 and a One Piece 5.5 going for 40 grand? Any remotely credulous reporter would immediately question that. But we don't got one of those. We got Swaggle House and Friends, who's...
There would be... I'm sorry. Obviously, it opens you up to a lot of liability, so I can't recommend anyone does it. But there is $1 trillion available for the first fuck-ass journalism major who sits at home and jacks off to anime all day to be like, all right, fine. I'll be the reporter on, you know, shit like this. You could almost overnight become a household name just because of how much unbelievable scamming is going on in this space.
Other friends really want them to sell you some Beckett slabs.
But of course, this all started with, when friend of the channel, Jeremy Pat.
Oh my God, it's Swaggle House!
Or talked about, his speculation of manga. What if manga becomes the biggest collecting vertical and like Beckett becomes the grading company?
With Jeremy and his content on that table, he's got like 100 Beckett slab mangas, right? Because he's spending a ton of money. This is great for Beckett branding.
Guys, let's take a quick moment.
When he says friend of the pod, is he talking about it in the real way or in the way that I say it?
To talk about the sponsor of today's video, Heritage Auction.
Was that the legendary double shill technique?
Jeremy is obviously investing in the top end of things. That's why the prices are enormous. So maybe it really is just scratching the surface. Maybe this idea of buy your slabbed mangas now is still very early.
And once you're aware of that agenda, you start to see it everywhere in these collectors' posts. They're all taking legitimately rare and pricey manga or one-of-a-kind items like scripts, then surrounding them with common tankobons to create the appearance of value by association. The ones who can afford it are intentionally grossly overpaying for top grades out of the few dozen first print tanks that have ever been graded, all to trick you into thinking that One Piece, Dragon Ball, and Naruto Volume 1, some of the most printed books in the history of books, will magically become rare treasures if only they're encased in the magic plastic.
Honestly, I'm getting the Bible graded. Wait, hold up. Are there graded Bibles? eBay.com. Graded Bible. No. Slabbed Bible, perhaps? Maybe one signed by Jesus? No. Oh, hold up. Nope. Spawn Bible. That's not the Bible. Oh, we do have Newt Gingrich auto cut book sleeves signed PSA slabbed. This is the sleeve from Days of Infamy, signed by Newt Gingrich. That's close.
I wonder who posted that photo. Oh, hey, would you look at that? Beckett Collectibles. And of course, Jeremy's right there in the quotes expressing a high level of conviction for this extraordinary and overlooked category. Conviction that...
Can I get a slabbed Trump Bible, actually? Do they have the Trump Bible for sale still on eBay? Trump Bible. There. Oh my God. I clicked Trump Bible and I actually found I immediately found a bunch of slabbed Donald Trump cards. Oh shit, is this Beckett? Oh man. That's pretty good. Oh, we can buy the Trump Bible for $84.99. Just the one that has the song in it. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
It's supposed to mean something, coming from the man who predicted Pokemon, an angle that you can find Jeremy playing up elsewhere on his own Twitter. But in that same video, he made another prediction that immediately discredits the idea he has any prophetic powers.
And once you get beyond Pokemon, Go a couple more years to Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2002.
That's us. That's us.
I have the PSA 10 Blue Eyes White Dragon card, the grail of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, the grail of Yu-Gi-Oh! The PSA 10 Blue Eyes White Dragon card. PSA 10 Blue Eyes. Oh my god! This is the grail of Yu-Gi-Oh! What the fuck is the... Hold up.
Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2002. I have the PSA 10 Blue Eyes White Dragon card.
LOB? Okay, there are none for sale. Oh, here's one. They want 6,000. I'm sorry. 1, located in the PSA vault. 2, there are so many more expensive cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Than this. Whoa. Wowie zowie.
The grail of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Anyone who knows anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! And the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community can tell you that's nonsense. With a very small handful of exceptions, the only value a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card will ever have is its ability to win games.
Yeah, there's not too much to invest in. And for most of the investment cards are spoken for. I still think about it all the time when I hopped in that Mattel Cyber Dragon Discord where they like did the fucking YG organization hosted auction for the card that maybe was or was not fake. People were posting their own collections and the stuff they had was like just unthinkable. I was like, oh, so every really rare card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Already has a home. There are none floating around in collections. People just own them. The one card that 100% fake, I think it is real. I think it is real. I will say the one card that I really want is the UDE Seal of Ori Calcos. That's like a card that I would be in the market for. I was going to maybe buy one off Jesse at one point, but it's something I would get like once everything else is squared away. Once I no longer have student loans, my kids through college, you know. I have one of these. You want it? Yeah, for sure. It's 70 cents. Is it? $17,007 years ago. That's crazy. That's... Oh.
Rarity is only a factor for staples, either because you can flex on a motherfucker while playing out your entire very shiny deck in one turn,
How much is
or
it
because
actually?
maybe...
Depends on what people are buying it for. There are not very many of them.
Konami's keeping a new power card rarity lock to make more money selling more boosters. If one card gets banned, a $1,500 deck can drop to $40 literally overnight. It's a speculator's worst nightmare. When Logan Paul announced he was getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! Last month, no doubt on Jeremy's advice, the entire community laughed him out of the room. And we can too.
That's it.
We do, unfortunately, just have to accept that the richest LARPers in the room are gonna buy up the rarest, most one-of-a-kind anime-related items. In any growing fandom, stuff like that floats to and past the top eventually. But we don't have to accept their LARPing premise that a several 100,000 of a kind Zashi like One Piece Chapter 1
Dude, this picture is just unfucking real, right?
is one of a kind just because no other plastic box has the same arbitrary number on it. We don't have to acknowledge that this specific Dragon Ball jump that they grossly overpaid for is the Dragon Ball jump, because it's not. It only becomes the Dragon Ball if enough idiots buy into their scheme to submit their own copies for grading, which would put it at the top of a pile of hundreds rather than currently dozens. And make no mistake, Paul's copy will stay on top of that pile. Beckett has no reason to grade any submission higher, no matter how many they get, because the whole system...
This guy is getting so sued. Holy shit.
system is arbitrary and subjective, and they can give any undamaged manga any number they want. They deliberately set the target at a 9.2 to make you think, wow, there's a whole 8 points above that. I could totally get lucky if I send mine in, but you won't get lucky. Someone will eventually, probably someone who knows someone with a 9.3 or 4 to keep the floor low for a couple more years, but only when they need Paul and Padawer to make another record-setting purchase and rev up the hype cycle again. And while I'm calling shots, let me tell you where I think the current hype campaign is going. It is not a coincidence that one day after their kayfabe trash talk on WrestleMania, iShowSpeed was the first guy calling Logan Paul a tourist, and it's not a coincidence that
This was so sad. I liked the iShowSpeed tweet, but it's like, oh, it's just wrestling.
Logan Paul took his promo picture for the One Piece Zashi in front of the WrestleMania stage. All of this touristy tweeting, sarcastically taunting One Piece fans about how much love they've shown him as he shows off things he's bought that are supposed to make us jealous, every one of which has multiple blue check accounts replying with the same AI manufactured meme of Monkey D. Speed decking Logan Charlos, by the way. It's all heel work. He is intentionally using toxicity and tribalism.
People are just getting tricked, man. They love getting tricked.
In the anime community to build heat for a grudge match at probably SummerSlam 26, where Speed is going to kick his ass and take the graded One Piece from him, thus turning a relatively common $1,000-ish Zashi into a prize with a storyline and a symbol to anime fans everywhere of gatekeeping the tourists, which in turn will cement the idea in pop culture that manga in a slab is special and worth more than manga you can read, which of course he's hoping will in turn make the other two One Piece Zashi that he bought, even the one with the scuffed, chewed up corners, worth more than he ever paid for the one that Speed is going to take from him. A price, I want to note, that has never been disclosed in any of these tweets or videos where they're flexing the $550K they spent on Dragon Ball, because it probably wasn't that much, and it would make the scam really obvious if they told you what they paid. And what I think makes this branding strategy especially obvious is how Jeremy has also pivoted to ragebait, pathetically transparent Gen AI ragebait of him as the oldest manga fan ever after all of his attempts at positive publicity fell on their faces. Though, just to be clear, I'm not showing you any of these tweets to have you guys go yell at these guys. And I'm not just saying that to cover my ass like a drama tuber. I really mean it. When you quote dunk on Paul and Padawer saying, you're not a real fan, you don't deserve the One Piece Chapter 1, or the Dragon Ball Chapter 1, or the Big Toblerone, no matter how brutally you ratio their asses, you're giving them exactly what they want. Associating their names with the brand names of these anime and reinforcing the idea that these slabbed up collectibles that they overpaid for are something special that only a real anime fan would deserve. Somehow more special and more valuable than any of the vast majority of identical Shonen Jump issues and tankobons out there, which nobody's bothered to submit to Beckett because, again, manga grading is obviously a scam. As long as they can get you talking about anything other than that fact, Paul, Padawer, Beckett, and all of their bros win. But if you focus on the scam part of the story, if you explain why grading manga is bullshit to your friends and fellow fans, or just share this video so I can explain it for you, and if you make people at cons and online who do buy and sell graded shit, especially tankobons, feel as stupid and unwelcome as they are, we might just be able to excise these parasites before they can fully sink their teeth in. By forming a united front, you guys can starve Beckett out of your hobby, and if they go, the speculators and scalpers will go with them.
God, I hope that's true.
Make Logan Paul apologize to Japan again. Hey, thanks so much for watching all of this. I know it was a long one, but the subject needed that level of depth. If you're new here because you're...
That was a good one. Can we send Danny in for grading? He's a perfect 10. He is a perfect 10. Wait, there's no way. Dude, I'm back on eBay. That Donald Trump graded Bible, there is a version with a dedication to the memory of Charles Kirk. Okay, I imagine this wasn't actually done by the USA Bible people, and it was instead just they went and got it engraved, but I kind of need this. Oh, I can do it with Klarna. Wow. While we're on eBay, you need this. Drake. Take Care Hip Hop Trading Card by Hip Hop Ultimate Team Season 23. Okay. I'm all right. I don't need that. Look at the back. Lyrics, hooks, influence, creativity. Oh, good. You can go to their Twitch. Can we get this PSA 10, please? World War Woke Diddler's Baby Oil. Oh my god, I have this. This is crazy. Someone handed me one of these at a fucking YCS. A game to epically trigger the whole family. Dude, this is so good. The stop. Oh, it's like the Stop Nick Shirley act. Oh, thank goodness. It's a Nick Shirley joint. Which was the one that someone handed me? I don't think it was the baby. It was something about baby oil. Do you think these are AI? It's possible. POTUS Blonde Squad. I don't even know what this one is. Shoes. Maybe it was the baby oil one. Wow. So do people like play this or what? How much are they? 2 boosters is $24. Dude, are you fucking with me? Mammo pricing? Really? What's in the starter deck? 60 card deck. Okay, what's in it? Nope, that's just the picture. Diddler's Baby Oil. Wow. That's so good. Can you buy this next? Yeah. 48 sold. I told you someone had one of these at a locals I went to once, right? I was just like, what do you want me to say to this, man? I didn't even say anything. I looked at it, I went, okay. To be fair, this is really good. It's not. No, it isn't. All right, we got some more. I see that at a locals. I'm not going back. Pro Yu-Gi-Oh players rate Magic the Gathering commander cards. Dude, a commander player couldn't rate a commander card. So I wanted to do, we need to talk about Genesis format.
Over the past month, I've
but this is actually just a stealth deck profile.
Around with like cutting 1 betrayal. Honestly, if I had to choose between playing 3...
Dude, that looks really good. Is this Crush Cards? Crush Cards, that looks really good. I could do the LC video where he talks about Genesis a little bit.
Learning how to play Yu-Gi-Oh.
So this guy has been a total disaster for the Yu-Gi-Oh community. Legitimately. The reason is I think it's really important for the Yu-Gi-Oh community to be completely composed of people who have never played a second game in their life. Like, if you've played tic-tac-toe, I think that you probably should be banned from making like Yu-Gi-Oh videos, because as soon as you play any other game, you internalize some design philosophies that make you totally hostile to the act of Yu-Ging. I'll just come out and say it. We can't have smart people playing this game. It'll become immediately apparent that what we're doing is totally fraudulent if smart people play this game. If people with any sort of integration into the larger card or board game scene see our game, they're going to realize almost immediately we're insane. Okay, we can't have smart people playing this game. As a result, this guy has been a real fucking disaster for Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, he's making videos called, like, Floodgates. Like, that's the name of the video. He talks about the philosophical sort of problem of floodgates. That's a big issue. We need someone making an 8-minute unscripted ramble and then sending it off to Dyer to be edited into a video with cutaway gags where I go, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Also, this guy apparently drinks some kind of mate I'm seeing in the corner. Excuse me. This is just me if I stuck with magic.
Sort of made this video before. Months ago now, when I was sort of halfway through the process of learning how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! The video for which is the most popular video on my channel by far. I made a video on my other channel with my friends.
It's fucked up. Okay, listen, I don't want to talk shit on that video. It is quite good. But it is not my favorite video of elcee's. There's a lot of other stuff I think he's done that's a lot better.
Where we play Canadian Highlander, the points managed Magic format, about Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis.
And of course, we need to probably discuss the elephant in the room. Genesys is a format almost wholly inspired by a Magic the Gathering format called Canadian Highlander. And the way the Canlander works is that cards are given a certain point total, and you can't go over a certain point total in your deck. The difference is the scale. In Canlander, the points are very low. Let me just pull it up. Here's the post. It's a 10-point limit, right? But of course, you can move it up or down. Makes sense for a 100-card format. 100-card singleton format, like Commander.
And in that video, I kind of talked about some of the things that I thought Highlander could take from Genesys's points philosophy, and I also talked about...
Isn't this insane, by the way? This person looks at Genesys, and instead of going, here's a bunch of lessons you can learn from Canlander, instead is like, here are some points of collaboration, things that Canlander could learn from Genesys's point distribution. Freakish.
About some concerns or issues I had with Genesys, but I kind of caveated it with, I haven't played enough of the format or really understand enough about Yu-Gi-Oh! To have strong opinions about it. And here we are, a couple of months later.
Dude, he's so good. He has a genuinely curious mind. It's fucked up. I used to be like this. What happened? As I got older, it just sort of calcified. I was too defensive too often and felt like I had to structure the labyrinth of my brain in such a way that I was always defending Yu-Gi-Oh!
Much stronger opinions about Yu-Gi-Oh!
You turned gay. That too.
Probably like 10x the understanding I had at the time. And also, the OCG has just made like a confounding choice to create their own Genesys points list that somehow makes even less sense than the TCG one.
Okay, I'm very glad that he is also speaking about this, which is like, what the fuck is going on here? We can talk very briefly about the OCG Genesys ban list. So the OCG released their own version of the Genesys ban list, which is ludicrous. It is just a total joke. There's no other word for it than ludicrous. When the OCG got Genesys, people played it a little, certainly not enough to justify a total deviation from the TCG points list, and certainly not enough to necessitate this. This is a 350-point change that impacts almost every card that sees any play at all. And it does so in probably the most frustrating way you could ever imagine. Let me just hop to the Exo Sisters. So rather than be like, we've concentrated the points in the powerful cards in Exo Sister, Michaelis, Carmel, Magnifica maybe, right? They said, well, you play them all, so we're going to give Ellis and Stella and Irene and Sophia and Michaelis and Caspitel and Gabrinas and Sophiel and Pax and Arment and Vadis all points. Arment. Exo Sister Arment, 4 points. When was the last time you saw someone activate or resolve the effect of Exo Sister Arment? It's unbelievable, dude. It is just comical. And I don't know what the purpose of it is. This is the version of the format where you can only play really old decks. So when Farfa says this is what he wants Genesis to look like, this is what it would look like.
And really exacerbates a lot of the issues that I had already identified with the format. So it seems like a perfect time to revisit this topic and chat about it again on this channel, which has obviously got a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh content, but also now with a renewed amount of understanding on my part and a kind of renewed understanding.
Didn't Peeps say he liked those changes? Okay, this is something you have to just understand about Peeps Yu-Gi-Oh. If something happens and the majority of the community is against it, Peeps will say he's for it. And if it turns out that thing was bad, he'll just stop talking about it because the consensus will have calcified around the fact that it's bad. And if it's good, he goes, I knew it. I've been saying it the whole time.
Understanding of, or not renewed, but a new understanding of kind of what the heck is going on. So for those who don't know, my favorite Magic format is also points managed in the same way that Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis is. Canadian Highlander has existed for like 20 plus years at this point as a points managed format.
Freaky, by the way, to hear.
The format is very high power level, played at with the same ban list as Vintage, which is the highest power level Magic format, but it uses a points list to try and bring that power level down some, and it's also 100 card singleton relevantly, so you don't get to play multiples of any particular card. So Genesis actually was...
This was the thing that freaked me out the most about Yu-Gi-Oh! Alt formats is none of them are singleton. When Trinity and Histlander came out, they're singleton almost as an afterthought. Not necessarily as an afterthought, but as something that puts it in the same league as stuff like Canlander, and people were like totally turned off by it. They were like, what do you mean it's singleton? It's like, oh, like all the Magic formats.
Was my entry point into Yu-Gi-Oh! It was the thing that I was most excited about when I decided to start playing. And as a result, I've kept up with the format as much as possible.
I think this guy even went to law school. What the fuck? This guy literally is just me from a different universe.
I've played a little bit. I haven't delved like head on in yet. I've like been playing Exo Sister online. Like it's fun. But yeah, I think the Genesis seems really sweet, but very clearly the format is
this guy is you but better. Watch who you're talking about here, Dyer. This person obviously isn't using an editor. If I want to start making content like this guy, you're out of a job.
To pick up big interest, at least in the like content creation space. There's clearly just like less viewership for the format. I know many content creators who were initially potentially somewhat excited about the format have, quite publicly announced that they are not engaging with the format anymore. So clearly there are some issues and some things going on with Genesis that have...
He didn't say Farfa, but we all know. We all know.
Made it kind of like fail to stick the landing. I know that in the coming weeks, we have the first couple of really big Genesis events coming up at YCSs, and with any luck, that will...
Coming weeks is kind of a misnomer. The first really big Genesis events, I think, are going to be the ones where they're held on Friday, like Friday, Saturday, and Advanced is held Saturday, Sunday. I hope to God that they don't kill the upcoming regional circuits specifically for Genesis. Like, I am so excited to grind that. I'm so excited to go to a Genesis exclusive YCS, but I don't know, man. The interest may not be there.
It'll maybe renew some...
It's Friday, Sunday? What? No, it's Friday, Saturday. There's no way it's Friday, Sunday. If you get into day 2, what do? Just fuck around for a day?
Interest in the format. I think that metagame standpoint wise, it's fine right now. There's nothing wrong with the Genesis format from a metagame standpoint per se, but there are some other issues with the format that I wanted to highlight here and talk about. And I think that if the Genesis teams now, because there's an OCG list as well, can get these in line, then I think that there really is the potential for the format to be particularly successful and something that can actually genuinely stand on its own as a second officially supported format. But currently there are a bunch of things going on that, as I say, are kind of confounding to me, and I'd like to talk about those today. So let's talk about the first thing, and I've talked about this on the channel before, but one of the really key things when designing a format is identifying format identity. What is this format going to be about? And
all right, so this is the most important thing about Genesis in general. And obviously it's the central topic of this video, which is why we're watching it, because I care deeply about Genesis and I want these outstanding questions resolved. But if you listen to people online talk about Genesis, they have usually the same 3 or 4 criticisms, and most of them are just from Farfa. But the criticisms run along the lines of like, I wanted a lower powered format, and you point out the format is lower powered, and they go, I don't mean like that. I mean like 2010 Yu-Gi-Oh! I want a significantly lower powered format, right? They say something along the lines of like, I want the decks to be playable in this format to not be the ones that are playable in Advanced. And you point out that that also is the case, and they go, hold up, I don't mean like Clown Crew, for instance. I don't mean like the top decks that were released in the last 5 sets but aren't seeing metagame success. I mean decks from 2013. I want to see Wind Up playable. You know, I want to see like Boojin playable, you know? No, they mean Draco Tail and Canine be so for real. Neither of those decks are playable, so I don't think it's that. And a lot of people are like, I want a different type of gameplay from Advanced. And you can point out it is a very different type of gameplay than Advanced, because non-engine is so much weaker, with the exception of exactly board breakers. You don't get into these silly hand trap wars about like, you know, are they ashing, are they drolling, stuff like that. And they go, no, what I mean by that is I don't want there to be long combos. And there all are still long combos in Genesis. So, you know, it is kind of frustrating to be like, everyone kind of wants something different from the format, but no one can really elucidate exactly what they want. It's like the what is obscenity. It's like, I know it when I'll see it, you know. This format is noticeably different than Advanced, but not enough. And if you ask me to put my finger on what I mean by not enough, I can't. So
you can look at historical examples, right? Like we know that the Advanced format is about comboing your opponent into the wall, very powerful, games are short, and that's an acknowledged kind of set of rules of engagement that everyone who's entering into that format understands and plays with. In the same way, in Magic's format, you know, in Magic's formats, in Standard, you are expecting lower power, lower card pool, ideally simpler, less complex format. Something like Legacy or Modern, like they're going to be more efficient, they're going to be faster, they're probably going to be more complex, and you
kind of a good analogy with Magic, because frequently Standard resembles Modern.
Know that you're signing up for that going in, and there are card choices with the ban list that help inform what the identity of that format is. And this is, I think, the really important thing that I wanted to key in on early, is that staples are typically what you're going to use to define the format's identity. So to go back to Canadian Highlander, my favorite format, one of the things that's important to note is like there are cards in that format that are power level outliers that are allowed to remain unpointed because we accept that they are a key portion of what the format is like, and we don't want to just make changes based on play rates. A really obvious example of this is like, we would never put points on fetch lands despite them appearing in 100% of decks, right? And that's true of Modern Legacy as well. Despite these cards really obviously being at an exceptionally pushed power level, they are a core portion of what defines the identity of these formats, and so as a result, they're kind of sacred in that way.
We can think about it in terms of Ash Blossom in the TCG.
Up until somewhat recently, I think you would say similar things about cards like Ash Blossom or...
I swear to God, we're the same fucking person.
Mulcharmy Fulos. Well, Fulos less so, that one's newer. But Ash, for example, for a long time was viewed as this kind of like
not
sacred
pre-watched,
card
I promise you.
Because it was important to the identity of the format, an important guardrail for the format. I think now dialogues about that are changing, and that's fine. I think the format has evolved enough contextually that maybe it is time to have that kind of chat. But you have to have staples that identify what your format is really going to be about. And Genesis has...
I gotta hit this guy up. I don't know. Does this guy live around me or something? Fucking hell.
Had this weird relationship with staple cards, where in particular, they have seemed unwilling to allow players to just find what the best non-engine is that is free and let them play it. The really obvious one you can point to is on the last points change, where cards like Ultimate Slayer and DD Crow went on the points list at 1. And this to me is like the height of unnecessary from...
Absolutely correct. It's so frustrating to me that one of the core identities of Genesis is that we have power outliers that are fundamentally different than the ones that are available in the TCG that kind of shape the format around them. And this is going to happen if it's Ultimate Slayer or if it's Illusion Gate, right? It's the next best thing if that gets pointed. Super irritating to me that they pointed Airlifter, for instance, not Airlifter, Impulse, for instance. I think that Rescue Ace Impulse and Fire Attacker was a really cool identity for Genesis. It was like a stupid thing that existed here, you know?
My perspective. The realistic question for me that you have to ask is, do cards like Dark Hole, like cards like DD Crow, cards like Cosmic Cyclone existing in the format fundamentally make the format better or worse?
Far, far, far better.
And I think you would be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who was going to argue that any of those cards had adverse impact on metagame diversity in a way that assigning a single point to them would fix. The one card that I think you can like maybe make an argument...
He's going to say Ultimate Slayer, I think, but admittedly, they did add a whole bunch of points to Ultimate Slayer.
For is Ultimate Slayer that maybe that...
Yeah. The associated points for the extra deck monsters, I think, is good because those extra deck monsters are beyond the pale when it comes to like stuff that impacts the board state. Like exactly Meilong, Aggregator, and Garura are so unbelievably powerful, and the next best option in each individual slot is way less good.
That effect is slightly outside the bounds of what we want to have available for free in Genesis. And I know that the other complaint that was raised as a result of these is that these were so good that they created this kind of standard sideboard that people were playing like about 9.
That's true. Yeah, the Slayer, Gamciel, Artifact, Lancia type sideboard. The Shared Ride, I guess, which Mistaken Arrest, of course, now pointed.
Of these cards, you know, maybe they weren't playing every single one of them, but they were playing most of them in their sideboard because they were just the best in slot things to be doing.
But I will admit also that's a result of Genesis being new. I think with the added benefit of time, people would come to understand that it actually doesn't matter if you have like a DD Crow in your board. You need to be boarding something that shores up your weaknesses.
At a certain point, you just have to accept, in my mind, that there are going to be best in slot things to do.
That's the other thing, is like, at the point where we're pointing Rescue Ace Impulse, surely we recognize that is a sufficient power level for the format.
And it's more about defining where the guardrails are going to be than it is about just abjectly pointing the cards that are getting played the most, which is
right.
What choice has been made here, and I don't think makes a ton of sense. Conversely, I don't...
The difference, I guess I would say, is that I don't think 1 point forces you off those cards.
Or not conversely, but like I don't think that adding 1 point to DD Crow fundamentally helps like make a more clear-cut format.
Fucking kidding me? I swear to God I didn't watch this. I swear to God I didn't watch this thing.
Identity. It's largely just change for the sake of change. So let's go back to this idea of identity. What is Genesis's identity allegedly? Because when the format released, Konami did kind of state, here's who we think this format is for.
And oh my God, they should never have released that. Biggest mistake of all time. Here's who we're making the format for. Meant that whenever they made a decision for the health of the format later, people would go back to that standard and be like, well, this doesn't improve the lives of the people you said the format is for. I believe it was pet deckers and people who appreciated the gameplay experience from yesteryear.
And I think we can infer from that original statement what they think the identity of the format is. Okay, so Konami said that there were 6 bullet points in who this format is for. Number 1 is duelists looking for a less complicated game. Okay, great, that's fine. That is a reasonable start for an identity. Duelists who are new to the game. Okay, these two things make sense so far, right? These are complementary ideas.
And also do apply to Genesis. I want to be honest. Genesis is a good place to go if you're looking for a less complicated game. It's not that much less complicated, but it is less complicated.
Complicated, better for new players, that's fine. All good with me. Next we have duelists who have always had a favorite deck and want their favorite deck to be a little bit more competitive.
Okay, calm down. That one maybe not so much.
This feels a little hard to promise because what if your favorite deck is like, I don't know.
My favorite deck's Tier Limit. What's the... True duelists should try to win with their favorites. Yeah, my favorite's Fluttermane.
Let's use a weird example here, but like Mitsurugi, that deck is not going to be better in Genesis.
Well, hold up. The first point list, it was quite good.
Right? And in fact, there are many other examples of decks that could very well be players' favorites that are no longer playable in Advanced.
The one that I actually saw a lot whining at people online this weekend was Evil Twin. A significant amount of people are like, I want a fucking place to play Evil Twin. And Genesis, admittedly, is the perfect kind of environment where a deck like that could be really successful, just because the power level is like around the type it would have to be for that deck to be any good. But of course they can't play it because there's no Link monsters.
Or not very good in Advanced, that are also not playable in Genesis. Next, we have anybody looking for a new experience or change of pace. Sure, fair enough. That seems reasonable. Give people new options. Next, we have, and this is the one that I think is the biggest problem, duelists who love a deck building challenge. And then the last one is everyone who can't get enough of dueling.
What if it's just like, what if he says like, fuck you if you can't get enough dueling?
Enough dueling, fair enough. You want to play more, have a new format to play. Makes sense. So this is but the fifth one is the one that I want to key in on because I think it is really antithetical to almost everything else on the list.
This is, wow, this is a situation where this guy's background in Magic the Gathering is going to give us, I think, a totally different understanding of this one than I have come away with. Finally, I'm proving that I am not the hate to his Duncan, Idaho. When Yu-Gi-Oh players say they like a deck building challenge, what they mean is, I like to go to a YouTuber's video and take the deck and build it on Dueling Book. They don't mean they like scrounging around for cards in their bulk and trying to see what fits, okay?
So duelists who love a deck building challenge, that is great. But deck building challenge is implicitly complex, and it is implicitly going to be harder for new players. And as a result,
and moreover, if you have a favorite deck, you know, you're going to have to make compromises.
You've got these kind of diametrically opposed goals. And I think that the points list that Konami has selected certainly hits the mark on creating...
Playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, I'm going to say this. This is totally... it's a tangent. It doesn't apply to this video. Yu-Gi-Oh! Players are so bad at deck building. It is embarrassing. When I say they're bad at deck building, I mean a couple of things. Obviously... I mean, like, they are bad at assembling a deck. Largely, Yu-Gi-Oh! Players almost entirely net deck. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that deck lists that are come to as a result of consensus are fine, especially for these like high-level players who are testing in elite circles. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Players are really bad in general at explaining to you why they're playing each individual card in their deck over any other card in that deck. And it's a result of, I think, the culture of posting deck lists online and trying other people's deck lists that is almost unique to Yu-Gi-Oh! Whereas when I played Magic, at least, people had sort of at least a little bit of an aversion to net decking to the point where they felt they had to make a deck their own in some way. And in a format where you're not going to see every single card in your deck over the course of a game, you know, you can play dozens of games without an understanding of if your choices have improved or made the deck worse. Whereas in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's immediately apparent and people tend to just go back to the tried and true strategies. So as a result, you know, if you give a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player a deck list, I mean, the Evil Twin one is Peeps has actually a really, really good sort of, I would say, understanding of this. How do I get to Peeps without typing it? Yeah. Oh, I thought he had commented on this one. I guess he hasn't. Question. I don't want you guys to see what I've been Googling on Twitter. I think it's this one. Yeah. All right, so he's been killing it all weekend about Genesis. But this is kind of what I'm talking about here. Joker's Straight. Dog shit ass card. The power level is still too high for my pet deck, Joker's Straight. Especially since a lot of the cards that it needs to stand a chance, every half-decent Light Warrior extra deck monster has gotten points. I hope more hits to even the outer echelon of decks like the OCG's recent list keep happening, right? This person is trying to build a TCG Joker's Straight deck in Genesis. You will have to make compromises with respect to the format and can come away with an interesting one. Here's the quote tweet. Tell me a deck is too weak to compete in an underexplored format. Please, give me something to do for the day. In-engine way to fuse a monster, search as Izuna during the opponent's turn, I'm in. And Peeps over the course of a stream, which is really good, you definitely should watch that stream if you are a Peeps Andy, built this, which is an exceptionally competent Joker's Straight deck for Genesis. Like, look at this fucking thing. Peeps played this deck for 5 hours. The median Magic player is closer to Peeps in this regard than any other Yu-Gi-Oh! Player. The median Magic player loves to hear a stupid, made-up format that imposes an arbitrary boundary on something and spend hours constructing a deck that's competitive in it. The median Yu-Gi-Oh! Player, when confronted with a new format, types the name of the format and then deck profile 2026 into youtube.com. And if they don't find it, they click an advanced one and go, what cards can I take out of this?
Deck building challenges. The way that they have broken up points into a 100-card list absolutely makes it challenging to deck build. But
totally
that is actually
tangential.
not super approachable for new players. Like, I learned the game about 4 months ago now, like right around the New Year's when I
Plushy Bell,
and if
thank you
I
for the
had
raid. I hope you had a
started
good
trying to play Genesis,
stream.
I think I would have had a much more challenging experience with trying to deck build than anything else, because the points list, like the average deck is playing...
I think a key thing is the average Yu-Gi-Oh! Player doesn't actually like deck building. There's got to be a way we can force them to deck. Like, if you are a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player, there is so little more fun than deck building. I mean, the Commander players know this. That game is functionally just competitive deck building. You sit down in your home, you build a deck, you get a lot of synergistic pieces, then you go to a store and don't play.
15 to 20 pointed cards and figuring out the ratios on that. And
I don't even think you need draft. I don't think you need limited. I think you just need a culture of boundary setting.
And how they all go together is like very, very unapproachable versus a ban list. And then also, duelists who are looking for a less complicated game are probably not looking necessarily for really complicated deck building rules. And I think that this is ultimately the big thing.
It's true, but they're probably just looking at speed duel.
Points formats are a lot of fun, and points management.
Wow, Plushy Bell, that's damn fun
and effective. But it is enthusiast level. It's an enthusiast level balancing mechanic. It is not a casual thing that you have people engage with very passively. Like,
not to belabor this fucking point that is, again, totally tangential and takes away from what we're watching, but I think the reason for that aversion has at least a little bit to do with the fact that it's ingrained in Yu-Gi-Oh! Players from the get. It's a result of their experience with a card game, because Yu-Gi-Oh! By way of archetypes leads you to a deck build without you ever having to consider synergies between archetypes. Moving on.
It is the sort of thing where, you know, if you go into the Canadian Highlander Discord and you go look at the points change threads on that Discord, there are thousands of messages of people arguing over 1 point on individual cards and the potential metagame impacts of having one card at a different point. And
if DD Crow went to 2, it wouldn't change anything.
And that list is 1/10 the size of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Points list, and also the points list is 10 points instead of 100, so maybe...
And also, each point matters a million times more.
It is. It's all smaller by a factor of 10. But when you look at that and you scale it up to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis context, like, it's even more significant in my mind. And so I think that they're already struggling with how they themselves have defined the format's identity. They clearly want it to be approachable and for new players, and I think they also wanted it to be for older players too, because of not allowing links and pendulum monsters, which have been kind of quit points for players throughout the game's history. And so I think theoretically this was supposed to get old school players back in as well. They have time wizard formats to play though, so I don't see how this would work for that either.
This is where, okay, so a lot of people have pointed out this week that that Keegan's been a real rat bastard online. And that's true. But this is why I can't really fault Keegan, is that Konami shelving Time Wizard and then explicitly saying, but we've made another format with the goal of getting older players back in, while the format does not do a good enough job of getting older players back in and actively comes at the cost of a format that did include older players.
But consequently, because they're trying to create this format that's supposed to be less complicated, good for new players, they've somehow managed to choose like maybe the worst possible balancing mechanic to do that by. And I think that is already causing a bunch of tension. So that's, I think, issue number one with with Genesis and why it's struggling, is that it is struggling with format identity. And in that regard, interestingly, I actually think the OCG changes are more sane than they maybe initially looked. If you look at the list of changes that the OCG has made, they have added so many cards to the list at low points values, and they've also increased the points on a large number of cards that were already on the list. But the one thing I will say is that if you discard this notion that this format is intended to be for players who are newer to the game, and instead you just say, hey, this is a deck building challenge format, and, you know, we want it to be a change of pace, this list that the OCG has put out is actually meaningfully changing the identity of the format in a much more significant way.
I mean, that's true, insofar as taking a big shit would change the composition of the water in my toilet in a significant way.
I don't think that it's necessarily being done in a way that is the most approachable for other people, but they are very clearly trying to drastically lower the average power level of the already power outlier decks. They're trying to force people to come up with...
That's true. I think that, I don't know. I would be interested in seeing what comes of it, but I expect what's going to come of it isn't going to be people are going to adapt to the deck building decisions and make an Exosister that's under 100 points by eschewing Irene. I think what's going to end up happening is people are going to go 1 year back. And while that does accomplish the goal of older decks are now more playable, you have to kill so many decks before you get to the decks people mean when they say, I want my older deck to be playable. Like, to get a Blue Eyes deck to be playable in Genesis, you have to kill 1,000 decks. You have to kill fucking UA.
New strategies. I do think it's funny, like anecdotally, I went and counted a couple of things I'm looking right now. Like, obviously, Exosister has been a playable archetype in the format the whole time it's been around, and it won't be in the OCG anymore, because if you want to play one of every name, it's already 101.
Thoughts on Penises? I don't know. I liked Penises, but it sucks that each ball is 6-7 points, right? Like then you only get one.
So you're in trouble if you're an
That was fucking stupid. That was dumb as hell. I'm ending stream.
sister fan in the OCG. But in general, a lot of the changes that they've made are like mostly pretty reasonable, and I can understand why they've wanted to do it. They've basically across the board increased the points on the already pointed non-engine, a change that I think makes sense. They've added more non-engine to the points list as well. They've also clearly targeted a couple of the main archetypes that were predominant for basically the entire lifespan of the format since launch, most notably like Cool Toon, Exo Sister got a bunch of hits, but even things like...
It's weird though, because I mean, if you look at the history of Genesis, while Exo Sister's been playable the whole time, it does not have a fantastic conversion rate. YCS Richmond, for instance, I think Exo Sister was like the second or third most represented in Swiss, and it had like none in Top Cut. Maybe there were a couple on the bubble. I think it was one in Top 16.
Lunalight got a big subset of hits. Clearly someone at the OCG just has no interest in playing against the Lunalight engine, whether it's making Liger Dancer or not. That's
another deck that has seen no tops in months.
Another deck that got a ton of small points attached to it. And the reality is that from a complexity standpoint, which is going to be my next point, by the way, but from a complexity standpoint, this is not good. But from an identity standpoint, they're at least trying to make a more concerted effort to provide players reasons to do things that are drastically different from Advanced and drastically different from your average Yu-Gi-Oh experience. Whereas currently the TCG Genesis list, I mean, if you look at the successful lists right now, and for the last little while, it really has been like the B archetypes from the most recent sets.
That's true. For me, that is drastic enough. I understand that is not drastic enough for many. Like a format in which you have to have a board plan for like Elf Note and Clown Crew and fucking Art Mage. That's okay for me.
Even in some cases, like when Genesis launched, Draco Tail was just playable in the format, and obviously
yeah, okay, yes. On launch, Draco Tail and KT, or actually just Draco Tail, because KT wasn't even good in the TCG yet, was a big problem.
They fixed that. But Radiant Typhoon has been one of the most powerful things to be doing in the format. Cool Toon without the Blazing Dominion cards has been one of the most powerful things to do in the format.
But again, that's fine. Cool Toon being a top deck prior to Rotary
basically
is
the whole time. And I think that is ultimately not the ideal position for the format to occupy, like basically being like, well, these archetypes aren't going to get there in advance, but here you go, you have somewhere to play them now. Obviously, I think that's if that ends up being a side effect, that's okay. But I think it is unrealistic for that to be the long-term healthy state for the game to occupy. I think that if Genesis is going to be a successful format in the long term, it really does have to pick an identity as an eternal format and stick to that identity and change cards, points values to make sure that they are matching with whatever that long-term plan is.
Yes. Yes, that's true. I think he and I just disagree about what that identity should be. And the big problem, of course, is that so far, in terms of identity, they've been exceptionally vague about what they actually want the format to look like, while at the same time contradictory about its goals.
Anecdotally, what I have heard people say, and I think that this is true, is that the best part about Genesis is that most of the games end up being about engine versus engine gameplay, and they're not decided by swinging non-engine effects on average. And I think that kind of framing of what the format should look like is the ideal identity. We say, okay...
Ellie, are you talking about the fact that you told to me in private multiple times that you fucking hate all Edison players and you wish that Genesis was even more popular so that they would all jump? I recall when you said that to me.
We want to keep generic non-engine in check. We want it to be less powerful. I would actually even...
And I remember when you told me you were straight as well.
...be in favor of having generic engine cards be cheaper. I think that it would be kind of fun to reduce the overall power level of engines, but like let people register Pot of Greed. To me, that sounds fun. I think 30 is too high for that card. Like let
fucking Monarch topped with it, baby.
Let my pot go, basically. But I think that's more of what the target format identity should be, and that's what they should be designing towards. And then what you can do is you can say, okay, this engine is too powerful in this engine versus engine context, and we understand that our plan is not to balance engines with subsequent non-engine pieces. We are just going to reduce the power level of power outlier level engines and have that be a core part of the format's identity. So to me, that's the long-term goal for format identity, but there are other issues to address as well. And the next one is format complexity. I've already kind of alluded to it, but let's delve more into it now. Okay, so format complexity. I think the big thing right now that is causing the most issues with format complexity is the number of points that they've chosen to be the standard number of points. So 100 points, I think in theory, is a great idea. And in fact, changing the number of points that are usable is also kind of an interesting balancing knob to give tournament organizers, right? Like playing 50-point Genesis or 0-point Genesis or 1,000-point Genesis even, is a nice option to give tournament organizers to be able to run kind of fun, unique events. But I think that in practice, 100 is a little bit too granular. I have a kind of specific example about this that is pretty interesting. So when I started playing Canadian Highlander, we were using a 7-point points list. And that was because previously they had used 14, they had halved it down to 7. And then before that, even the list had been 21, and that had been scaled back.
The list had been what?
To 14 and then subsequently to 7. And in the time that I started playing, you could really realize a lot of the complexity around this weird number that was, I think, making
you stupid
choices around pointing is very challenging when you can only go up to 7 and there are 100 cards in a deck. Deciding to make something a 1-point card is a big weighty choice to make. And as a result, a lot of cards would frequently kind of languish in this liminal state between they're probably too good to be 0 points, but we don't really want to point them because we then think that no one will play them.
This is, for us, I think this is 10, but Genesis being 100 instead of like 7 or 14 or 21 means that there's all these totally non-meaningful numbers. Like, it doesn't matter that Ultimate Slayer is a point.
A good example of this is a card Mind Twist, which is one of the cards that I think might make my Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing audience shudder. So this is a black X for a sorcery. You pay 1 black mana, and then whatever other mana you have available, you pump into this, and then your opponent discards X cards randomly.
Classic. Leah, thank you for the raid. Usually it's the other way around. Hello. I hope you had a good stream. Kitten raid. Is Leah a kitten now?
And so this card was generating like a lot of feel bads. It was generating non-games, because if you were able to cast a Mind Twist, say only turn 2 or 3 for 3 or 4 mana, which was something that a lot of decks in the format were capable of doing with like Dark Ritual or Mana Dorks, you were often just taking your opponent's entire hand, or they had 6 cards, they lost 3 of them, but they didn't control which 3, and so the game was functionally over as soon as it happened. The reality of that card, though, was that if you drew it later in the game, it was a dead card. It was quite bad. And also, it was also the mana acceleration that was making Mind Twist look particularly degenerate, and if you did other things with that mana acceleration, you would often be ahead in games anyway. So we had this constant back and forth about should Mind Twist be on the list, and ultimately, it was really challenging to justify putting on a 7-point list. And after some time, we came to the decision to finally change the list to 10 points. So the list scaled up to 10 points. Cards were scaled appropriately, so some things gained points, most of them didn't. And it made choices around some of those tweener cards that were right on the edge easier to make. Obviously, it brings new cards into that dialogue of, are you a half point or not? But it made it a little bit easier. And I think that having a...
what's fucking annoying is that this exact same thing happened in Trinity. If you guys remember Trinity, playing 5 extra cards in your deck gave you 1 associated point that you could use to double up on a Highlander card or play a powerful pointed card. Later in Trinity's lifespan, they introduced the concept of half-pointed cards, where playing a 5 of gave you the opportunity to play 2 cards off the half-point list. Just because there end up being these, he called them tweener cards, but there end up being so many of these cards that are just a little too good, but definitely will see absolutely 0 play if they have any sort of deck building imposition imposed upon you.
A nice round number that is not too big, like 14 or 20, or in this case 100, at least gives you the opportunity to make more granular, interesting choices. I think that Genesis went a little bit too hard with the granularity, and I understand why they wanted to do it. Like, if I was redesigning Canadian Highlander from the ground up, and I knew that everyone already understood how the format worked, and we could just scale everything to 100 points and then start adding fractional points on things, obviously that would be interesting, and that would be something I think that people would potentially explore. But once you get to 100 points, the bar for what becomes a pointed card, to me, becomes so low and challenging to define that you just end up like nickel and diming yourself debating between specific 1-pointers. Like, I've brought it up already, but
like, there is no really fantastic difference between a card being 4 and a card being 5, or a card being 6 or a card being 7, or often a card being 0 or a card being 1, often a card being 0 or 3. Like, there's just not that. Let me pull up a deck for you. So trying to think of an interesting deck here to show. So here's Dark Lord, right? Now, this is playing a lot of really powerful cards. Green light, orange light should probably be pointed. Dance is probably the most powerful card in the deck. If Dance was put to 3, what would change about this deck? You would probably take out one of these searchable forbidden droplets, or maybe one of the Fualoses, and you'd play Double Dance, right? Heralds should probably be at least one. So you slap a point on that, what happens? Maybe you take out, a Nibiru out of the board, right? That's not like a super meaningful difference.
But like DD Crow at a point is crazy to me, or Dark Hole at a point when Illusion Gate is not a point, for example.
Okay. I don't know if he'll get into it, but Dark Hole is a better card than Illusion Gate. Illusion Gate is a card that you can Bell is the big one. Taking half your life points is pretty substantial in a format where you can kind of expect that there may be a turn 3. I think that it makes sense that Dark Hole is pointed. Illusion Gate should also be pointed, but
is crazy, right? Like these are the kinds of things that you just end up with these very weird states for cards that I think are ultimately not super conducive to action.
But the difference between 0 and 1 doesn't matter here, right? Like Dark Hole at 1, Illusion Gate at 0 makes you go, oh, this is insane that Dark Hole is less good than Illusion Gate, a card that does more. Like they've pointed a card that wipes the board, but left legal a card that's Raigeki plus Monster Reborn at 0. But the answer is neither of them have a real deck building cost. 3 points for 3 Dark Holes isn't going to fucking break the bank.
Actually meaningfully improving the format and are just there to add a complexity glut.
It matters for 100-point decks. There are no 100-point decks. There are no successful decks that are playing a 100-pointed card. My least favorite part of the design philosophy so far has been we are pointing floodgates and then having Shifter relatively cheap and Di-Fi at 0 points still. That's a result of format philosophy where they can't decide if macro is a floodgate. And that's true for the TCG as well.
And as a result, you end up with these deck lists. Like I went and looked at some popular deck lists from the last couple of months, since the last list change. And they're basically all playing like 15 plus pointed cards. And that means there are 15 potential places that, if something changes, your deck all of a sudden becomes illegal. Not to say, not even to mention the fact that if any of the cards that you're not paying points for become pointed, all of a sudden your deck becomes illegal as well, right? So there's just like too much complexity, I think. And
I mean, decks like Vanquish Soul, where your main engine gets you to 100. Okay. All right. I rescind my comment.
This is causing people to bounce off the format because it's just too much to engage with right off the bat. And although
I miss VFD Generator,
like this kind of challenge, it's the best possible thing. I think that there is a middle.
Tistina is 100? No, it's not. Oh, if you mean Tier Stina, it is, but fuck peeps, that deck is not real.
Middle ground available where we could give deck builders the opportunity to feel skill expressive in the way that they are able to build decks around the existing points list in a way that makes it a little bit more palatable for slightly less enthusiast level deck builders. Additionally, I think a lot of the complexity in this format is related to the fact that once you start to bring in a lot of these these marginally pointed cards, I think that you end up in a situation where if your deck is playing like a bunch of unsearchable one-ofs and things like that, you can create this like very hard to play deck. And I'm not sure that that's necessarily the best for new players to have to navigate through. What if I draw this one of a bunch of times? It's
branded. We're talking about branded. That's a problem in the TCG too, because of branded.
Just a lot more challenging than playing.
You can't stop touching his face. Well, that's because I'm his Gola. I can't stop touching my hair.
Be much more standard. Like, okay, I know I have 3 of this card in my deck, and I know that I have like 5 or 10 cards in my deck that I'm playing 3 of, and so as a result, the moving pieces are a little bit easier to resolve. Like the average Genesis deck is playing a lot more like just random one-offs and things like that, that I think make managing, learning the format a bit more complicated in a way that is not necessarily the most enjoyable, for sure. But overall, I think the complexity issues could be resolved relatively quickly with some kind of points refresh. Like if they just took a second, took a beat, and said, hey, everyone, 500 cards on a points list is unrealistic. Let's just scale back a little bit and figure out what we really think are the really core important things. I think that would go a long way in reducing the complexity and potentially giving people a reason to be excited about the format again. Okay, so the last thing that I wanted to talk about with regards to the format is format power level. And this is the thing that I actually think Genesis has hit the nail on the head on mostly.
God, it's taken so long for people to hear this. Like, it's unbelievable that people will show up in these threads and say the power level is no different. It totally is.
The best. I think that when you talk to people and you see people who are engaging with Genesis content, they say, yeah, once you get through the deck building portion, the games are great. And this, I think, is the thing that Genesis really has to hang its hat on to be successful in the long term, is that if the gameplay is good, eventually you're going to get people converting over. The biggest, I think, threat to that is that you are trying to manage a lower power level format that is still subject to all of the regular release cadence of Yu-Gi-Oh! And as a result, you have to do things pretty proactively when it comes to pointing new cards coming into the format. In the first video I made about Genesis, I was unsure if they would be willing to do this, and I kind of speculated that the format would be like fundamentally broken a bunch of the time because they would be unwilling to make big swings of points changes right when sets came out.
That was a really, really reasonable concern. Given that the first couple of formats of Genesis did have fundamentally broken shit in it.
And I will say that I was wrong about that actually the Genesis team, at least in the TCG side, has in general been pretty good about not allowing new archetypes to come into the format at a point value that is too low, and as a result, just making them the best engine by far. A good example of this, right, is like the Blazing Dominion points update, like Rotary, B2B, Crackle, entered at prohibitively high points costs.
Thank the fucking Lord for that, by the way. I've been playing, again, a ton of Omega Ladder, and the Cool Toon decks are playing Rotary. They're playing one Rotary at 40! Now, I'm of the opinion that doing so makes the deck fucking horrible, but...
So that's good. You know, they were able to make sure that that wasn't going to upend the format immediately on launch. But at the same time, you are playing this weird game with their points list and with the format's power level, where even though you have this points list that is intended to maintain balance and allow interesting deck building decisions and allow players to still play decks that they like that maybe aren't powerful
That's
anymore.
my fault. I will say I was playing one game on ladder against Cool Toon, and they went Rotary and then later used Rotary again, and I was like, oh, I guess I'm in the TCG, my bad, and I scooped and left, and then I went back and watched the replay, and I was like, no, it was a Genesis game. What happened? They had added the Rotary back to hand from grave, and I just didn't pay attention to it. I was like tabbed out.
I do think you sometimes run into this issue of like the points list feeling a lot like a ban list. For example, like Cool Toon Crackle comes in at 70. 70 is not playable in the context of the rest of the Cool Toon cards. Like you just can't register it.
Good.
It isn't
Fuck
a thing.
that
And in the
fucking
same way, like B2B and Rotary coming in at 40, maybe someone will decide to play a B2B at 40. Maybe.
I think you play a Rotary before a B2B.
Again,
but yeah.
like 40 is such a high number that realistically, I think it's unlikely to get played ever. And there is this question of like, are you going to be comfortable with lowering these cards and allowing Cool Toon back into the metagame? And how are you going to find what the right power level for that is?
They made a huge mistake early on, describing something they called point decay. As decks fail to convert, they would slowly lower the points. I'm sorry, you can't be doing that. Sometimes, like, a deck has to remain prohibitively expensive for the entirety of its lifespan.
And this is a specific to Yu-Gi-Oh! Issue. In Canadian Highlander, when we are making points changes, we're typically talking about cards holistically. There are specific examples of cards that kind of make up a whole archetype in and of themselves that are pointed in this way, that are pointed around a specific archetype, but it's small examples. It's things like Protean Hulk or Time Vault. These are cards that exist at, or Flash more specifically is the card that's on the list now, I guess, but Flash Hulk, Flash Protean Hulk, has been this kind of iconic deck in Highlander for a long time. And these are cards...
God. You guys know about Flash Hulk? Flash says you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield if you do sacrifice it unless you play its mana cost reduced by up to 2. Gets on the battlefield and immediately dies. Protean Hulk says, when it dies, search your library for any number of creatures with total mana value 6 or less, put them onto the battlefield and shuffle. That just wins the game. Like a million ways that just wins the game. So it's a deck forever in a bunch of weird formats where you would just cast Flash, get Hulk onto the field, and automatically win. 2 mana, I win. Oh, man. Also, I was going to say, this is not what Hulk looks like. Hulk looks like this.
Cards that when you are pointing them, you know exactly what deck you are making better or worse by adding or removing points from these cards. But most of the other cards on the list, you have to look at them from a holistic standpoint of how they impact the format, and you have to kind of evaluate sometimes upwards of like 10 or 12 decks that are going to be impacted by this change.
Yeah.
And while that is true for non-engine in Yu-Gi-Oh!, if you're deciding about whether or not you feel comfortable lowering...
Here we're talking specifically about Rescue Ace Impulse.
Points on Droll and Mockbird, you have to think about every deck that is good and bad against Droll and Mockbird and about how that will impact the metagame. When you're making choices about engines, you really are at a certain point, I think, saying, are we okay with this engine being in the format? Yes, no. And you are kind of forced, I think, to manage each engine individually. And from a power level standpoint and from a complexity standpoint, that is a lot of overhead and a lot of balance overhead to constantly be thinking about all of these old archetypes, things that have been pushed out of the format, and you have to decide, okay, do we think that they could come back? or do we think that we can get them to a point where they could be playable in a healthy state? And in that regard, I worry about the power level of the format long term, and that it will just kind of devolve into, well, we have these archetypes that were playable. They were playable for a while, but now we're going to put points on them because they've been the most played things. A couple of other archetypes will crop up, and I just don't know with this power level they're trying to maintain, and with the way that Yu-Gi-Oh engines work, like the modern ones are almost always going to be stronger than a lot of the older ones. Yeah. And I don't know how you generate a format that feels eternal with everything, with decks kind of like maintaining their playability while also allowing new archetypes and new engines into the format.
Has a lot to do with one of the fundamental differences between Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh is that in these eternal formats, Vintage, Legacy, Modern to a degree as well, the format has congealed around a series of exceptionally powerful but not beyond the pale staples and interactions that have just been there forever. Like a significant amount of the powerful cards in Magic formats that allow every card legal were printed in like 1999, right? They're like design mistakes from an age before playtesting existed to our current, in our current capacity. Whereas in Yu-Gi-Oh, no card from 2002 is good, with the exceptions of like Pot of Greed, right? And the reason Pot of Greed is good is it can draw you cards from 2026. And so it is weird to talk about eternal formats in Yu-Gi-Oh because you're not like, oh, does this new archetype gel well with like can you throw it in a shell with Force of Will and Brainstorm? It's like, well, this new archetype builds itself, you know?
I'm curious what you think about this, to be honest.
Yeah, like Ocelot, Pride, and Luris. Of course, yeah. One of the big things that changes these eternal formats is when there's a modern design mistake. You know, Vintage is a good example just because it has been so thoroughly affected by the release of powerful cards like Luris, right? I mean, here, you know, check out Luris. But you know what won this event that Luris is at is Mud, you know? Tireless Pilgrim, of course, new card. Lodestone Golem, not a new card. You know, Patrick Automaton, pretty new. But largely, the powerful cards in here are Shop, you know. Null Rod. Sphere of Resistance. God, this is a beautiful deck. Honestly, I could look at fucking I could look at Mud decks all day. Tab. This is my all-time want. This is my all-time want in terms of Magic the Gathering cards. Someday I'll own a tab. MBT, when will you play MTG again? I've been playing Magic the Gathering. Not as much as Yu-Gi-Oh! Not nearly as much as Yu-Gi-Oh! But I've been playing a not insignificant amount of Modern. I have a couple Commander decks built. I'm trying to get into pre-Modern, but there's nowhere around me. I loved the pre-Modern that I did play. The one issue I have with pre-Modern is it irritates me that Red Deck Wins is as good as it is. Like, it should be. It's such a historically important part of Magic the Gathering that it would not make sense for, you know, really any deck other than a Red Deck Wins deck to be like a top-tier meta strategy, but it's still irritating. Oath Panza. Seems pretty affordable. I don't know. None of the places that are running pre-modern don't allow proxies, so who cares?
It's because it's something that I think is maybe the most interesting element of Genesis, is how do you maintain a power level? You have to pick a power level, and how do you maintain that power level in a way where you are allowing new archetypes to exist while not
doesn't Tournament City do pre-modern
all this time?
It's over an hour away from me,
and allow players to play. I think that there's some real complexity introduced there, and I would be curious to hear how you would approach it. So ultimately, I've titled this last section like "How do you fix Genesis?" and I think that is maybe too harsh. Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis doesn't need to be fixed, but I think that there are some real changes that need to be made in the long term to make it be the format that people want it to be, and for it to really take hold as a proper second format for Yu-Gi-Oh! To have that is officially supported. So here are a couple of things.
Absolutely agree with this conclusion. I just generally think that it was largely a consequence of Genesis deciding it needed to be everything to everyone at the start of its tenure. Like, at release, it needed to be the home for old school players that had been fucked over by the time travel change. It needed to be the mechanism to get old school players back into the game. It needed to be the testing grounds for the B archetypes that weren't playable out of the new sets, thus giving the new sets some sort of longevity outside of their integration into like Jush combo decks. And it couldn't be all that stuff at once.
Things that I personally think would be good and a good change to make, or good changes to make for the format's health in the long term. Number one, I think you need to decide what the staples of the format are, and balance around that, and you need to choose a format identity.
This is definitely true. This is definitely true. Again, I really liked that early Genesis had this sort of identity predicated around the 0 point hand traps, including Impulse, but like playing around DD Crow, playing around Godos, playing around the board wipes that only existed in Genesis at 0 points. I actually think Illusion Gate is good for the game because it's the Genesis floodgate. Nori, thank you for the 5. My issue is Genesis needs to be visually different from Advanced. Any deck playable in Advanced should be unplayable in Genesis, regardless of gameplay loop, no KT, no Dooms, branded, etc. I don't care if they play different, I don't want to see the cards. Well, Dooms is a more recent thing, right? Like, Doomsy is only playable in the TCG as of this week. KT, I think you will see much less in Genesis, but I understand wanting to see it gone.
I think that it seems as though naturally the identity of this is a format largely about engine versus engine. We keep non-engine in check. We don't have games that are decided by coin flipping non-engine pieces. Sounds like a great format identity that I think a lot of people would be excited about playing. So really like hammer in on that. Make sure that you keep the cards that cause these coin flipping non-engine experiences high, right? Like maybe we put a couple more points on cards like Nibiru to keep them at a more
It's a really scary thing to be doing. Nibiru is eminently playable at 6 points. But probably should be 10. Shifter probably should be 15. Fuelos probably should be 10.
Reasonable rate. Next, you have to decide what the reasonable non-engine format staples are and just be okay with not touching them. So like, for example, one thing that's come up a lot recently is a lot of players are reaching for the Herald of Orange Light and Green Light. These are some of the most widely played non-engine pieces. They're being...
And to be clear, I think these cards need to be pointed, but you are minusing yourself. It is only available to certain decks. They are occasionally off. A lot of people are playing a very expansive package, including No Material and Lancia and the fucking shufflers in order to enable these cards to do anything at all.
Being played in decks that can only kind of like tangentially support them, even just because they're powerful and free. And I think you have to make a choice about whether that's part of the format's identity or not, especially in the decks that don't get to go plus off of discarding for the Herald. I think that they're probably fine, and that you can...
Yeah, if that is what you're doing, if you're deciding on a hand trap lineup of all fairies just to enable this, that's okay. But if you are, say, Gem Knight, you can't do it.
Probably just live with that being the rate of a monster or a spell trap negate. But maybe you don't want to. Maybe you want those pointed and you want to say, no, we want to make sure that you have to pay for that kind of card effect. And the fact that a lot of the fairy cards associated with it go plus on discard might be a reason to do that. But like, you gotta pick. Like, at some point you have to draw the line and you have to acknowledge that players are going to play whatever the most efficient free non-engine is. And let's just draw a line in the sand and say, okay, yeah, sure.
For me right now, I would think it would be Illusion Gate, Twin Twister, Godos, and a lot of the ones, the DD Crows, the Dark Holes, then the low pointeds, the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. I would really like to see Dominus Spiral see play, but no one wants to play it.
For me, I would have said DD Crow, Ultimate Slayer, and Cosmic Cyclone. I'm comfortable with those being...
Those are totally fine cards. Those are totally fine cards to be the bedrock of Genesis. I don't know why they're at 1. They're still playable at 1.
You know, occupying 9 slots in a lot of sideboards, that wouldn't bother me, personally. If
Mourner is the fair negation hand trap, I actually really dislike Mourner being very playable, just because it works in annoying, unintuitive ways that I think turn people off.
They think that is, for whatever reason, causing negative gameplay patterns, that a bunch of 1-for-1s are causing negative gameplay patterns. Okay, but I don't personally see it myself.
Well, Ultimate Slayer isn't a 1-for-1. Be reasonable.
Also, you know, Dimensional Fissure is still 0, so...
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, is we can talk until we're blue in the face, but as long as they've decided the macro isn't a floodgate effect,
Throw 1, die at 0 is kind of wild to me. Second last, I think I would like for ideally there to be a general reduction or reassignment of points to allow balancing engines to be a little bit more clear-cut, both for developers and for players. So to me, I don't think the deck should have like more than 10 pointed cards in them. And as I said, right now, a lot of decks routinely double that number and get to 20. And that's just too many moving parts in my mind, too many things to have to keep together. I would rather them take points away from some of the starters that they've added small point values to and just double the amount of points on some of the best starters or best end board pieces for that archetype, so that the overall point value stays the same, but we make it so that it's a little bit more comprehensible. I think that this is something that you have to be like a little bit delicate with, but in general, I think that there are definitely things that you could find where it's like, do we really need to be having 5 points on each of the Exosisters, for example, or could we?
That's an OCG criticism, but yeah.
Maybe just put 10 on one of them and add 10 points to the boss monster or one of the boss monsters.
Which is how it works
in the extra deck, as opposed to adding points to every single one if you're the OCG. So that's the other thing that I think needs to happen is kind of like a general reassignment of points to make engines a little bit easier to parse. You do run a risk in doing this. I think if you miss on some of this reassignment, you could allow people to play like too many engines together. But ultimately, I don't think that that's a huge issue because you can target bridges between engines really aggressively on the points list as a way to say, hey, we're comfortable with this
fucking point the fucking tachyon, man.
This engine existing, and we're comfortable with this engine existing, but we will not allow you to bridge between them. And I think that that's one of the powers of the points list is that you don't necessarily have to be quite so heavy-handed in how you approach attacking individual archetypes. You can just attack the specific cards that make them frustrating in a way that you can't necessarily do on a banned list. And then the last thing I'll say that would be very good for the format in the long term, and this one is like the biggest layup of all time, I don't know why it hasn't happened, is that like, okay, now we have an OCG list. Let's just make a Master Duel Genesis points list and put the format on Master Duel for people to play.
I can't believe this hasn't happened. So many of the frustrations that people have about deck building just get solved if you have an available points list on an online client, and the OCG points list makes it seem like it's supposed to be played on Master Duel, and it's just not.
Right now, like half the player base just like can't engage with the format at all. Obviously, I know that's a bit frustrating because part of the aspiration with Genesis for a lot of people was that it might be something that would finally start to bridge the gap between TCG, OCG, and Master Duel. And I 100% agree that that gap is easily the worst thing about Yu-Gi-Oh!, the most frustrating element of Yu-Gi-Oh! But clearly, there are people at Konami Japan who want their version of the format balanced differently. They were not rocking with whatever was happening at Konami America with regards to the Genesis list, and they said no, we got to do this our own way. I just have to point out one specific change on this list again. I do love that on the OCG list, Molcharmi Fuelos is now fewer points than Perulia.
That is true in the TCG too, right? It's what, 9 and 7? I think the theory behind it is that Perulia is always hitting something. Fuelos theoretically can hit nothing.
Which I guess it already was on the existing TCG list, but
boom,
like that just seems like such a strange thing to me. I guess Perulia is better in a format where there are fewer extra deck summons, but that one was one that I was like, well, surely this can't be right. We can't have actually meant this. But yeah, I think that we got to get it on Master Duel. We got to make it so that everyone can play the format in an official setting, and that would ultimately be the other thing that would finally kind of bring people into the fold in a little bit bigger way. But yeah, that's all I have for today. It's a bit of a different video, obviously. I really like Genesis. I think it's very cool. I've been engaging with the format more and more. I'm going to have another video on the channel soon related to Genesis, actually. So look out for that. If you've made it all the way to the end of the video, you get a little bit of a spoiler on that. I've got a couple of my Magic friends that I'm going to torture with Genesis points. They're gonna crash out. I think it's gonna be fun. But yeah, let me know what you think. How you feel about Genesis? Do you play? Do you agree?
I don't.
With me that like the identity isn't actually really well conveyed, which is that it's engine versus engine, and that they're instead trying to be like, oh, old players, come play this one. There are no links or pendulums here. I'm very curious about what your thoughts are about the format's current kind of prospects and what its future prospects are. So yeah, let me know in the comments. I'm always happy here. If you've made it all the way to the end of the video, I'd really appreciate it if you subscribe. It really means a lot to me. It's
never
super awesome. And if we're talking now, it means that my supporters on Patreon are on screen. You can find the link for that in the description below or on my page.
Oh, this
really
is an
appreciate all the support
easy
there as well.
Patreon
It really means a lot to me. So thank you so much. And without further ado, I will see you in the next one.
Dude, this is live, no cuts. That's crazy. Another banger out of elcee. Just like that they talk about these fucking games, man. It's so crazy how much talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! How many videos that purport to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't actually talk about Yu-Gi-Oh!, I guess I should say. Don't you have a Twitter thread to do? I should upload it. Let's play a little Genesis. You know, in the if we're going to talk Genesis, we should play at least a little bit. You forgot the dual tainting thread? Oh, fuck. No. Met her on the way to Chicago. I've had that stupid song with the birds stuck in my head all week, and I thought it was just a Michael Jackson song I had missed. You know what I mean? Like, it went up and I was like, oh, I guess I've just never encountered this Michael Jackson song, which is so strange because it sounds great. And I learn it's a posthumous release. When she was all alone. I'm not going to play the Keeps list. I'm going to play some lists I know. I want to play Doomsy again. I think we fucking lost last time because I was bad. We'll play Clown again. We'll play... I don't want to play fucking Monarch again. Maybe I'll play the Pumpkin list. Clown it up. Are we playing Gay Clowns in Columbus? I don't know. I think I am playing Doomsy. We will see. Met her on the way to Chicago. I feel weird about those because in some cases the artists explicitly ask not to release their stuff and they just do it anyway. Yeah. Well, I don't feel bad about it for Michael Jackson because he was like a notorious pedophile. So I think it's really important that his wishes be disrespected, but also that I get to listen to his music forever. Does that make sense? As I'm like triangulating the woke position that permits me to change nothing about my behavior. By the way, once you realize people start doing this, not to vegan post for the millionth time. Okay, let me get this video up real quick before it's fucking 11:50. Okay, so what are we naming this thread? This thread is about cards that we thought would be released after certain releases in the TCG. I'm talking about like Electromite for Power Patron. Konami edging the player base. We're not calling it that. Why did Konami keep these bans? These cards are still in the cuck chair. Konami forgot to unban these cards. Which Yu-Gi-Oh cards could star in the hit game Cracker Fucker 9? Okay. Me. Konami for Gore. I already named a video Konami forgot. Jerome put away in the vault. Jerome's in the house. Watch your mouth. I always thought that was weird that Kanye West wrote a song about the super nimble mega hamster thing. Dumb. Stupid. This is dumb. Not funny. She said that she don't have no man. I will fuck in a garbage can. She said, time to go home. Macaulay Culkin started Home Alone. She said that I was really gay. I told her, was that not okay? She said, no, I like my men a little fruity then and then and then. She let her do me. Not a gay edit. Don't care. There we go. Okay. All right. Well, if we're gonna do it like this, we got to turn on the evil clown music. Ooh. Oh yeah. Bing. Bing. Bong. Always suspicious when the cue pops immediately. Oh, banger ass, baller ass hand, dog. Beat this. All right. Our hand's actually really bad. Huh. This is interesting. We probably just grab a Drastia here. Yeah. Deoctorus. I will not be activating the effect of Deactorus. Instead, I'll be making Graflario, the powerful card that allows me to detach a card. This powerful card allows me to grab a card. Doomsy Raiders. I will not destroy a card on the field. Next, I activate the effect of Doomsy Raiders. By activating the effect of Doomsy Raiders, I'm able to pop my Doomsy Graflario and special summon from my deck. This is a machine, not a dragon. Thinking about the line here. I guess we'll special the Amalth. And the Graflario and the Amalth. I think I was supposed to add... No, no, this is right. We grab... Probably the other Amalth here. We have no way to play around Mr. Man, is there? No. Fuck. We probably go for Giant Hand. Giant Hand or Tornado Dragon. I'm going to imagine it's a Giant Hand. Painful stuff. This is a hand that could have played around Nibiru, but for the way that things ended up. Okay, thank God. Take my 5. Alright, out me Drastia. The Doomsy experience. Turn this down a little bit. It's a little loud. Oh my God! Well, this is going to be exceptionally funny. Yeah, go grab a fucking Dragon Ruler of Boulders. How do you play around Nibiru in Genesis without Rafflesia here? I do it with the Tachyon 8. Holy shit. Okay, I am going to let that resolve. And then I'm going to... Do I do it here? Forces them to go on to a third one. You know, I'm going to wait. What do I care? So you can do it with a 4 by going into Regulus. But I'm doing it with an 8 for this because that allows me to play under Nibiru while Shifter is up. But when I say play around Nibiru, I mean I give them a decent Nibiru that I can probably win from and hope they don't take it, you know? He's got infinite of these little fucks. Yes, but the downside is he has absolutely no way in hell to recover once I eat the shit out of his board. Yeah, sorry, this deck doesn't play well in the Shifter. I like this Dragon Ruler deck. It's just not very strong. Nah, totally wrong here. Although I can Tachyon Primal. They're going Battle. I get it, yeah. Ooh, Pile Armed is good. Unfortunately, you have to be able to send to the graveyard, so that is not going to do anything. They got every effect this turn. That's crazy. Yep. Trying to make another 7 here. I'm going to try it. Oh, no. No, that's fine. On the field or graveyard. Hilarious. Is there a 7 that does it here? They still haven't chased out the giant hand, so probably not. Maybe I should have primaled while that motherfucker was on the field. Yeah. All right. What do we do for game 2? Lancia seems insane against this deck. I kind of like the T-King. I'll play 1 because you can get it off Tachyon. I think the Mourner is pretty bad. I think the Cyclone is pretty bad. Well, shit. Maybe I'll play 2 of that guy. Illusion Gate's crazy, actually. Let's move out the Transmigration and the Destruction, because it'll be late. Let's move out the Primal. Third one of these. How are we feeling about this? Yeah, it looks pretty good. Maybe I still play Primal because I can summon it off their monster. Just grab myself a 7th Tachyon. Nah, I'm good. Decent hand. Sekka's Light. Spectral. Yeah. I wasn't lying. This is only a decent hand. It's only got 1 card that does anything in it, and we drew the Garnet for the 1 card. If we draw, like, any Doom Z card or, like, a Tachyon, that would be really nice. Is it a Garnet? It is not a Garnet. It's just I'd prefer to search it. I like the, like, breakcore fucking... I like the 4 songs on Omega. I think they're all pretty good. Chasma, big deal. Send Tempest. Tempest trigger grab. Lightning. They just turtle lock you here. Wait. I'm not seeing no turtle. This is the card that I'm not super sold on in this deck, because it is full. Any 4 is full combo, of course. And this is like the 2nd best free 4 in the game. It does require your normal, right? And you have to play a soft Garnet. You have to play like a card you'd prefer to search rather than draw. The other one, of course, is Mr. Shark. And most people just play Mr. Shark, but I just really like the 4s. I think the 4s are so good at playing around stuff. They help you push through individual points of interaction. They do require your normal. That kind of sucks. Drew off that, huh? Jesus Christ. Whole hand of the yard, huh? What if I just do it now? No, I'll wait. I hope they didn't see that I got a priority there for a second. This guy too. That's a spell negate. All right, that was fun. Come on. Unnecessary. We didn't do too much Doomsy in that game. Let's do Clown. Yeah, this Clown deck is a fucking mess. That's the thing about Clown is if I was gonna play it, I'd want like another little bit with it. Today's gameplay, yesterday's cards. Buddy, Nibiru's a fucking 7-year-old card by now. It is yesterday's card. Shifter is too. That was the fucking Tin of Ancient Battles match, by the way. I've seen people advocate for Edo over Omega. Is there anything it does better? It's a little more intuitive. The only thing keeping me on Omega is they have a ladder. Edo is way more dead nowadays. Oh, that's depressing. DB is quite dead as well. Ding, 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 ding. I think it was Noel was saying DB hit 1,000 concurrent users for the first time in forever recently, and I was like, that's awesome. It's crazy. It used to be that DN would have, you know, I'm muting. Fuck you. Actually cheating. Not a great hand. Oh, this is a fun deck to play against. Now this is a penis hand. You can see that we have the 2 balls. But where's the penis? This is a fun-ass deck to play against. Yes! Dude, I'm so happy Metamorphosis has a home. It's so good in this deck. Dude, I kept seeing people show me a Wickhat and be like, bro, wood! And I was like, yeah, no, duh. Wake me when you have an opinion that matters. Here's my wood. Bro, I would fuck the sexy cat. Yeah, no, duh. We'd all fuck the sexy cat. Let me ask you this. Is Konami a bunch of cowards for giving this cat tits? Like, the cat has human breasts. Why wouldn't Konami give her 6 breasts like a cat? Snow? They're playing Snow? Yeah, why not? Conductor Alto BMG, thank you for the sub. How many points is Snow? Good question. I actually don't know. She's not a ton. I want to say like 30? 70. Okay, that's maybe too many to play. She's 85? Oh my god. There's no way that's correct. Wait. Metamorphosis is 5. So that might be their whole line, is Metamorphosis and Fairy Tales No. Yeah, Mr. Anti-Nibiruman. Nice. Sorry about this, calendar. Okay. His opponent is still well favored here? Yeah, for sure. I'm going to be a little greedy. They're thinking on it. I think you can be greedy here. Yeah. Whoa, is that Snow? Sorry? Is there something I don't get? Oh, I see. They're going to negate the effect. That's fine. That's really good news because I don't want the effect of my Talismandra to resolve. How do you deal with the second ball? It doesn't matter. Okay, this line, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck. Is that a condition or is that currently negated? It's an effect. I mean, I guess we're going to find out together, right? I don't want to tribute him, but I will. Damn. We have to get Soiree. So the other line here was to Malar Beesma for a... No, there's no way to do it. Ow. Yep. What'd they grab there? Magikiru. Do you think Clown Crew is going to be any good in the TCG or just Genesis? Just Genesis. I think I can wait on this. Has a draw 8 line in the TCG. It's got a draw 6 line in Genesis. It's just, yeah, you're drawing clown cards, so whatever. Okay. Sure. Fall again. Okay. Who's the one who fusion summons? Just the equip, right? Trying to go battle. They want me to fire the operations. And I have to, because otherwise they can attack directly for game, right? Yeah. We can just send one. I know, I might as well Malar Beesma, though. That's Chainlink 1? Oh my god. It's a good draw. We may still be dead here. They just put out so much damage with this fucking ball. Maybe I should have, instead of drawing, used Bianca Viso to negate the Fairy Tale ball. I just feel like we're so behind in this game. Wow, that's rough. Yeah, we lose. That's painful. Rella? Oh my god. Whoa. Well, say goodbye to your Bianca Viso. Ow. Yeah, that's it. That was a toughie. Kind of a weak opener. Weak opener and going second, of course. Okay, well. Time to be an evil man. This card is not very good against this deck. Replace balls with balls, that's what I'm saying. Is that... Well, we can't lose while the evil clown music is on. I could have sent the Chalice Slime. Dun 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. I knew it was Meister, you motherfucker. You think you can Meister me? Oh, fuck. Ow. Irritating. Well, there goes my unfair bullshit. That's why I don't really like this card. Oh, the tournament's open. Lacrima of Light. Okay. Do 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 dum 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 dun 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 dun. Tales of the Fairy Tale. Okay. That what are we doing that for? I guess. Tum tum sahur, 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 tum tum sahur. Okay. What are we sending? Yes. Match Giru. And Snow. Okay, sure. Better be careful. I'm gonna fucking... Tale of the Fairy Tales. Irritating, but what am I gonna do about it? Well, we tried. This is an interesting fusion. I don't really know what they think they're gonna get. Oh, that's that's monstrously bad. This is the only good attack. Feeling good? Yep. He's an illusion! Okay. V-live! V-live! They can get back the snow here. That's funny. Snow booked the Godos. They have to overlay for some shit. Surely they have another generic for... Chorizo! Oh, that's irritating. This evil clown music is getting on my fucking nerves. Yes. All right, let's go game 3, baby. Does Lance do anything? Certainly not. I'm not sure how you won that. That's what they all say. I'm not sure how you won that game. Really like Godos. Could take out the Cosmic Cyclones and just lose if they find Mask of Restrict. Seems kind of shitty. Cut a Chaotic Elements. Cut a Godos. 1-1. I could get greedy with Talismandra. Let's just do that. Okay. That is a bad hand. That's not a good hand. We have a ton of live draws, don't worry. We have like literally like 15 live draws. Doesn't summoning them give you a guy to turn to Prince? Only if I perform a special summon. They'll just never use his effect, I suppose. Oh, wait. All right. Gee, I wish that this was once per turn. Jesus. Their hand is schnasty. Very true. Yup. I shouldn't have kept in Godos. This is an important lesson for the future. Yikes, what else are we fusion summoning? Chorizo. For the Riliona line. Okay. Yup. Well, we still have some draws that do it. Wow. That is one of the draws that do it. The set card just has to be nothing, is the problem. I think the Malar Beesma is actually a higher priority for me. Huh? Am I missing something? Now that he has Godos equipped, he's unstoppable. Yeah, there's no way to do it, buddy. They have to chain here. Probably. Yeah. It doesn't do exactly what they want. Oh my god, they can get Teller. Oh, I'm stupid. I should have, chained Malar Bisma. Oh, but they didn't. Teller's Earth, yeah. It was Caesarius of the Sinful Spoils. Okay. Okay. Well. I don't want to shuffle back all the all the fucking those guys. I want to draw. I want to draw more than anything else. That'd be funny. Yep. Yeah, this is over. I can't believe we got away with this. Oh, they made it back in time. They've got 10 seconds on the clock. Damn. I thought they would run out of time. Oh, right. Is there any way I can not die here? There is. Fuck off. Did we know that, or was it the draw for turn? Oh my god, we're actually losing to this. Fuck me, dude. We're dead to the quick play here. That was absurd. That was ridiculous. Oh, man. That's why you let Illusion Gate resolve, Smile? Well, you pay it regardless. Man, Fairy Tail got hands. It does. Damn, that's making me feel like Illusion Gate sucks ass. I definitely was prioritizing the wrong stuff in that match. It was a very informative game for sure. Really hate this card. Maybe I played Twin Twister in that slot. Would have come up there, but that's what the Evenlies are for. This is just a matchup in which the Evenlies don't do anything. Sphere Mode cooked my ass, scared me. Oh, hardly. Was Sphere Mode do nothing? I don't like Sphere Mode in this deck, but I think you do have to play it. Play VIP Whale? I don't like VIP Whale. I've been on and off it all week. Although VIP Whale negate the field spell would have done it. All right. Well, that's going to be the end of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Portion of the stream. Thank you all so much for sticking around. On Mondays and Wednesdays, we like to call it with a little bit of variety. Let's play some Binding of Isaac. Rebirth. Also, everyone left for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Portion of the stream. That's why we don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! On stream. Oh, man. Ugh. Do we have a giveaway? Let's see.
Isaac and his mother lived alone in a small house on a hill. Isaac kept to himself, drawing pictures and playing with his toys as his mom
We do.
watched Christian broadcasts on the television. Life was simple.
Life was simple. All right. So, as you know, on Mondays and Wednesdays, we like to cool down with just a little bit of variety. Real quick, I will say thank you to the people who subscribe. Null and Void, thank you for the 4. Morgana, thank you for the 9. Conductor Alto BMG, thank you for the 45. Nightsea 3, thank you for the 39. Ben, thank you for the sub. Melty Dreams, thank you for the 32. Lying Mask of Truth, thank you for the prime. Pat Ken, thank you for the 39. Sunrise 95, thank you for the 23. Tristan Shuffles, thank you for the 17. John Waxerino, thank you for the 55. Now, we are going to do a little bit of a giveaway to keep people here. Just like last time, we're going to be giving away some of Ruxin's, I don't know if you can really see them, sleeves designed to look like the sleeves from, like, 2001 Ultra Pro. I like these a lot. I think they're super cool. You can, of course, get them on Ruxin's shop, but you can also get them here if you are an American. ! Raffle to enter the giveaway. We'll do it at the end of Isaac. The followers get 1 point and subs get 2 points. It's literally pay to win. We're going to play a little Blue Baby. Fuck this fucking character. We will simply reset until we get a start that wins the game. This is a good one. Do I feel like doing Ludo today? I don't think I do. Don't think I feel like that either. Nope. So the interesting part of this character, if you're unfamiliar, is that it actually has to start with the worst fucking items you've ever seen in your entire life. Does South American count? No. Le Tariff's face. Kamikaze, great on this guy. Prayer card is technically health, but I think we can do better. Giant cell, not good. Me just hitting R till I get a fucking C-section. Spider baby, literally 0. You really got to reset this much? How bad is this guy? He's terrible. He's like unplayably bad. I am now at the position in my Dead God run. I mean, I did say it, right? I am now at the position in my Dead God run where the only characters left are fucking horseshit. It's this guy, it's T Jacob, it's T Laz, it's... I think that's it. I even finished T Lost. T Lost was fun. There we go. That's crazy to actually get it. What can I say? I have a fifth sense about these sort of things. I watched Mean Girls again for the first time in years the other day. My parents had never seen it, and my wife was like, "They've never seen Mean Girls? We have to show them Mean Girls." That movie really shows up. Really holds up. It shows up. Really, really holds up. It's quite good. He resets so he can throw from a more interesting position. Exactly. Whoa. Okay, well, all we need is 1 key. If we get no keys, I will be mad. And I don't think my father, the inventor of the toaster strudel... There's a key. I'll take a damage for that key if I have to. Looks like this guy has big shits for bombs and for his tears as well. We are not dealing with them because of C-section, but rest assured that's what they are. I think Princess Bride is still super worth watching. I remember first watching it at my grandmother's house when I was a child and being like, this will be okay. And it was just like so good. I was shocked. It's floored. I think that was, I love card reading. Thank you. I think that was the sound of the key dropping in there. Yeah. All right, let's make it happen. All right. We can probably also find the secret room. It can't be there, actually, so there's only 2 places it can be. We spend the key on how to jump. Who do we want? Probably not Necro. Actually really like Book of Dead. You think it's Book of Dead? Rev is health, though. I can't say no to health. It's definitely Rev. We'll wait till after the boss so we get at least 1 good item. Actually, we probably just want the orbital. Like, fucking hell. Give me the jumper. Oh. There we go. And we are going to jump here to get the shit that's over here. Okay, fuck off. Ooh, that's nice, though. Okay, I definitely need Rev. I am too stupid to be doing this. Okay, can I get over this without spending a key? Nope. Bad news for avoidable damage. Joseph woke up. Alright, I just know that it is right here. I can feel it in my boneroni. Okay, fuck. Maybe I hit it bad. Nope. Jesse Perez Math. Hope you had a good stream. Damn, I feel like every time you drop me a raid, it's while I am not playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Not that I don't appreciate it. Of course I do. What the fuck? Oh, I guess it could technically also be here. There we go. Well, shit. There will simply be a penny in here. There was not. Okay. If we get another bomb, we'll blow up some keepers. We'll try and get it. How's that sound? I just heard the run is stable, thank God. Did you see the boys respond to that deep post? I was like, man, what a world we live in. I think very often about that, with that Will Menaker quote where he's like, that's the closest we've come to seeing a man's soul go to hell. All right, there we go. Cube of meat. Maybe I can stop taking all this avoidable damage. I have to imagine one of these is an explosive poop. Or not. Or not. No, they aren't. But the one after is. Was there a poop that I just left around? Oh, you telling me the volume's bad? Just tell me that. I'll turn it up. No. Oh, wait. I can still make it work. Can your thrown poops hold coins? I don't think that they can. Okay, here we go. Ready? It's in this one. Fuck. I could feel it. I was just wrong. Can you change your voice slider from 100 to 0? No, but I can do this over and over again. I know you love that noise. Blaze! Alright, we spent 7 minutes on this floor, but whatever. Don't listen to her, chat. She loves that noise. She says, Joseph, you're so cool. I will be greedy. I have fucking C-section. I'm stupid as hell. This cost me so much health. Why'd I do that? I was not smart. But I have C-section. I'll be fine. And I have Book of Rev. What could possibly go wrong? I need some tears up. I love when you do it during a line and then don't re-record the line, so I have to leave it in. People pay for that. They care about hearing that. They want to hear the big money Joseph moments. Can you post a picture of the Wordle porn in general on Danny's server? Yeah, for sure. Is this a mod? I don't know this character. No, not a mod. Spoiler alert. This is a late game character. To find this character, you have to be epic. More like epic fetus. We all remember the classic character from The Binding of Isaac 1, Meat Boy Man. Hey, speaking of Meat Boy Man, did anyone play Super Meat Boy 3D? I remember hearing that was coming out and then hearing nothing about it after it was out, which is always a really good sign for a game. It's ass. That's rough. It was terrible. That's unfortunate. That's nice. Okay, all right. I'm getting conflicting reports. It was really good. Okay, well now I don't know who to believe. I am going to, by the way, break all these poops because I want very much to find the poop trinket. The poop trinket is an absolute must-take on this guy because he poops. I'll take $1, though. Why do you want the Ursarctic trinket? That was a cube of meat carry, by the way, right there. All right, cool. What else is happening on this floor? Wait, that was up. Wait, so where's my freaking item room, Lois? And my shop. This is a huge floor. This is what, basement 2? Everyone's talking about the chaotic TCG. I am excited about it, but I am also a little... Oh my god, that he came out of nowhere. Holy shit. I'm a little hesitant because I have heard some things that are less than stellar. I hope that those people are just dooming because they hate fun. Oh my god, there's an item in there. I mean, I don't want that item, but it is in there. I'm shocked people care this much about chaotic. It is one of those things. I think of the Tenacious D interview that Jack Black gave after the movie fucking flopped. Is he was on some... Oh my god! He was on some show and they were like, so you're in a movie, Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny? He's like, yeah, I was. It came out a couple of months ago. And they're like... And the audience goes, woo! And he was like, yeah, where were you at the fucking theater? I was like, okay. That's pretty funny. The Chariot. The Dukler. The Dukler. All right, we're not getting more of our little meat man yet. And we're not going to go Devils. I'm going Angels on this young man. I'll take 8-Ball. 8-Ball's my fucking goat, the Magician. Oh, fuck. But we got it. We got the item. And it gave us nothing. I don't have 15 cents. I'm not even going to go in. There's no reason. Let's just get out of here. Curse of the Lost looking ass. Doesn't Book of Rev change the boss? It has a chance to. Not guaranteed. I'm dumb as hell. I'm going in here again. Oh my god. Huge payout. Are you kidding me? TP. TP. I mean, oh my god, still. Oh my god. Always be greedy, chat. Look at that. All right, suddenly the run's looking a lot better. No item room. Did we actually skip the item room? No, we didn't. We did. We did skip the item room. Damn, I'm dumb. I'm playing for planetariums. Damn, I'm stupid. I can't believe I skipped the item room. I thought we got it. Oh, Bob's Rotten Head is actually crazy on this guy. You should bring back Pitch Deck, but make it Genesis focused. Oh, what a good idea. That actually is a pretty good idea. Go Beast Route and get it back. Ooh, good call. Pitch Deck was already getting low views. But it wasn't like... We weren't playing like advanced decks. No. I don't know if that's even worth, like... Range up? Okay, it was a little worth. Do this one, too. What is this? Telepills. Okay, I will have to go back and get the card. Alright, I can feel that this item room has crazy shit in it. Ready? Here we go. We're going there together. That's what I needed, was glass cannon. Nope. No thanks. Okay, I guess I'm picking up a key. Do need that fatty... Well, hold up. I will get a heart. Yeah. That fatty deal chance. Oh, bad, 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 bad. I don't think there was really too much I could have done about that one. Alright. What are we looking at for deal chance? Okay. We are going to get a little bit more of our little guy here. The little man is coming. So C-section's good, but we need like a synergy or more tiers or something. Okay, we did get that. Let's make sure we have a bomb before we go in. This is technically a bomb. Kind of a weird one, but it'll work. Purity's good. Purity is quite strong. Okay. Big chest there. Paperclip. Oh, does paperclip work on these? It does. Oh, that was a great drop. Holy shit. Okay, didn't mean to do that. Get him. Slowly. Get him. Slowly. We took a little more damage than I would have liked, but we did get it done. He dropped a blue heart for some fucking reason. Padlock. Jesus. Alright. Big, big angel room. Holy shit. Huge angel room. Purity is okay. Still would prefer a little more. There was nothing in here we wanted. So, I mean, we will full clear here. You know what? We are strong enough. Let's try and pay this guy out. Oh, that was stupid. We have some extra ones in here. Surely one of these is a bomb. Oh, they were in the angel room. Fuck, 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 fuck. We were at 9 there. Oh, no, he's already open. I'm stupid. I don't know what I would even want from this guy, though. Because usually he gives out health. Like, I don't need that. Well, there's a health. Yeah, rotten meat. And it was in a way that I couldn't avoid it. Awesome. Okay. Okay, well, I could have used it now. Again, we're strong. I don't want to, you know, pretend like we're not. We're crazy strong. It's just, we're not that strong in the grand scheme of things. We'd like to be much more strong. Fetuses can only take you so far. Oh, that's big, actually. The purity with damage or the purity with tier rate are going to go crazy. That's big. Okay. Oh. Don't need death. I will take the quarter. I will take the heart. This is good stuff. I mean, we're getting it done. We bit a fire rate wouldn't hurt a bit. Yeah, that's the next step. We need fire rate quite badly. Oh, cool. These guys are irritating. Okay, we got rid of them pretty sufficiently. And we're back up to 9. Okay, let's see if we can find the secret room. The secret room, I think, has got to unlock this run. Did I miss it? I couldn't really tell. It might be, like, right here. I'm stupid. Okay. Oh. Well, that is quite interesting. Inod mushroom is exactly where I want to be. I gotta get a bomb. If I get 2 bombs, I can get them both. Sack of Sacks is also nuts for us. Wow, this paperclip, by the way, is working wonders. Ooh. Do we? I don't think so. We'll come back. Because we need 2 keys if we have 2 bombs. At present, we have 1 bombs. 3 keys. Okay, now we can go do that. Bob's head. Wait a minute. Dude, we got it. Oh, that'll do it. Oh, yeah. Come on. Come on, baby. We're getting there. One. And then, huh. 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 Did you see that? We did it. Oh my god. Go get Book of Rev again. Oh, that feels way better. Holy shit, look at that. I didn't even know you could fuck up like that. Yeah, no, me neither. I learned it just now. Alright, let's go. Powerful, powerful first couple floors. Alright, I'm eyeing the Beast route for sure. I'm also eyeing just going up. I think that it might be fun just to go up. What do you think? Isn't Bob's head better to keep? I want defense. It is infinity bombs. I understand it's infinity bombs on the character that doesn't have bombs. Bookworm with C-section floor 1 is indeed a start. I know. I feel like I should be making better use of it. But just going up, like, that's so lame. We could go, like, go up Mega Stand Delirium. That might be it. Oh my god. Yeah, that's pretty good. No thanks. We're still on speed. Ugh, I want to get on tier raider damage. Hella pills. No thanks. This is looking way better than it was a couple floors ago. And we have a planetarium eventually. Wow. Really like that number magnet, but I think I am good. Oh, stop. Fine. Range? I guess range isn't so bad with C-section, right? Doesn't it mean they, like, last longer? Yo, MBT, yo to you as well. How's it going? It goes. It goes. Athame is also cracked. It is! And we have a luck. We just need some more luck. Okay. Don't love it. Friends till the end. Okay. Yeah. Alright, what are we looking at? Oh, we have no keys. Holy moly. We have no keys whatsoever. Where are our keys? Does this guy have a passive where he can't get any keys? And we can't ever get in there. That's a key. Nope. Well, you did your best, sack of sacks. We got to be careful about our keys because we have potential planetariums coming up too. There we go. We don't want to get ourselves into a position where we don't have one. Okay. That was unbelievable. There we go. Okay, now we can do whatever we want. Ooh, a arcade. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm stupid. Can you pay out with an item, please? Thank you. Oh, that's not a very good item. Health up, speed down, tears up. That's huge. Restock! Oh, we should have done this first. Back on range. Okay, here we go. Okay, not helpful. I guess we probably blow up one of these guys for devil chance. Sure. How are the throwing odds looking? Not great. Seem to be doing quite well. Battery pack. Not necessary. We could buy it for restock purposes. I think we want to just keep going. This guy's kind of a bitch with C-section. We just kind of chill. Right, there we go. Oh, we hit it again, if you insist. We don't have a bomb this time, unless these are a bomb. And they aren't. Maybe they are. It's probably wafer? I don't know why wafer is a 4. It's only okay. Here we go. There we go. It worked. Technically, it's a bomb. Oh, I'm on tears mode. Oh, I cannot get hit. I'm missed to break that tier cap. I don't have a lot of damage though. Crazy poop throw, by the way. Let's go. Okay. 41. Surely we actually do probably want to start paying out the God, the tears up. The tears, the tears. Keep hitting the angel room but not planetarium. Tell me about it, dog. It's cool. I'm not mad. I like 2 keys. Was there a key in the room? If so, I will buy as many keys as possible. I like 5. Now we have a problem. What is the most we can accomplish on one run? It's gotta be up Megastan Deli, right? What is this run, dude? Holy... Okay, well, now the game's just over. We could fucking go to Delhi right now. Is Beast harder than those things I mentioned? We can't go Mother here. We've already passed the route. One-time Archie. Very possible. Very possible. Take 3. Moving on. Okay. Dude, look at the damage one. It's insane. We don't get to keep it. We're going to lose it when we leave. Speed is pretty good too right now. We are pretty low speed. Oh, I missed it. Didn't even see him come in. One makes you small, sure. We are on range now, which is the worst one. Big day for Athame. We'll go in here. Get him. Get him. We actually haven't gotten a lot of boss replacements with our Book of Revelation yet. Put our, tears up, come on. Range down, hey, that's fine. It's put our, Meat Boy in kind of a weird position. Oh, there you go. Ooh. Scary stuff. And you. Alright, moving on. There it is. There it is! Okay, yeah. It was all worth it. Oh my god. They're handing me the run. They said, Joseph, we see how this week has gone for you. We know you need a big W. Okay, if you insist. Oh, come on. It's a natty double? Well, I don't want anti-grav, but I appreciate the natty double. What does anti-grav do with C-section? I don't even know. Oh, no. Oh, wait, no, that's insane for us. Bogonian? Not bad. Oh, I'll take mystery gift. I'll take Blanky. I like Blanky. I don't really need pill. See if we can't find the secret room. I guess we don't have any bombs. Where's the poo-poo? There it is. Gift in Angel Room is crazy. Well, I don't think we will. Nice. Just gonna gift here. Greed Skullet's good. Ah, it's a hard container, so it's actually not good at all. It does not do a goddamn thing. This is dank 1. Okay. All right, what's in here? It's like a... Okay, here's a changed boss, so we will get Mr. Meat Boy. Yeah, I think we can do Devils. I think we're about that far into the game. Sack, Altar, and Shade. This is why you don't do Devils. Ow. There goes our tiers 1. I'll take speed. Nah. Fetuses will begin stuck in place if as expected, but will ignore this behavior if there are nearby enemies, in which case they will chase them? That sounds crazy. Am I nuts? Oh, no, I read the second half. This room is ass. Wake up, dickhead. Oh my god, we took so much damage for no reason. Okay, but we went back to tears, so actually it was all part of the plan. I just wanted tear purity. Okay, let's get out of here. Blarfendarf. Again, the Hera Aeolus one is probably what I'd recommend. The other from Sunstrike is also really good. I think probably the Dionysus from Lifestream is also okay. But the truth of the matter is the best deck by a lot from the Lifestream set was the Aphrodite one, which has since just totally been crept out of the format. So I think probably the Sunstrike ones. It does kind of suck to be like, yeah, they keep making really good starters, but by the time the next set comes out, the starters are totally outdated. Just insofar as they're like, oh, Curse of Darkness. The set was so unbelievably powerful. Nothing here. When is the next episode of Perfect Draw dropping? Friday, I think? The 22nd is when it's coming out. It is done. Yeah, this month was just kind of weird with respect to how I wanted to upload things, because I had to get the Alestrals integration out, and I wanted to do a Jeopardy and the Perfect Draw and an essay, and so basically I had to get rid of something, and the something ended up being Jeopardy, but we still had to move around the Perfect Draw. What was your favorite Alestrals deck they've released so far? That's a great question. What was my favorite Alestrals deck they've released so far? You mean just standalone product? I think the Aphrodite one is really good. I think the Dionysus one is good for teaching someone the basics. My favorite deck has probably been Bear Bomb. I'm a little fucking freak. I love Bear Bomb. Epiphoria, little to no effect for Tech X. Okay, well. What do you mean little to no effect? That's a humongous effect. Maybe they're not expecting C-section Tech X. Look at that. Holy shit. Little to no effect for Tech X. Jesus. And Bear Bomb's kind of back, too. The new version of Bear Bomb is, like, super irritating. I like that Sulfury deck right now, though. I think it's, like... It's definitely, like, a small synergies deck. It's, of course, meant to be played with all the cards that are in it, but I like it. Oh, cool room. Fuck off. Bitrate moment. Oh, is the bitrate getting fucked? Oh, oh my god, I forgot all of our banter. Chat, I totally forgot. I'm sorry. I meant to... Wow, thanks for going from tears to tears. I meant to do all the banter while we're playing this game that will maybe go up on the MBT Alestrals YouTube channel. So, has anyone played any good video game? Red Stew? Do we like Red Stew? I think we like Red Stew. If you could compare Bear Bomb to a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, what strategy is it for context? You're not going to like the answer to this one. It's probably Tenpai. No, it's not really Tenpai. It's like you assemble a 2-card combo that reads I win. Oh, so you're evil. Yes, yeah. No, I'm a little fucking freak. Fish was also a really fun deck, but just because you drew 1,000,000 cards. Just wish Clash wasn't dead. Me too, buddy. Me too. It's crazy to think how different it could be if Clash was, like, caught up. But, you know. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I saw they took down that post, by the way. I hope they were not made to, legally. But that post was like, it just didn't accomplish anything for me. It was like, so here's why we didn't get it done. And the answer was, we didn't read the contract well enough. And then it was like, okay, well, that's, you shouldn't have posted that. Dude, red stew. What do we say? Up? Yeah. I'm on my way. Is there a deck in Alestral similar to Witchcrafter? Honestly, probably Sulfury. I think that Sulfury deck is pretty similar in that, like, it kind of plays out of the graveyard a little. It's, like, thematic. You're discarding cards the whole time for small upgrades. Is there a deck like True Draco? Fuck you. Heal. I don't think Heal's real, but Heal. Boy, Wafer coming in hot today. Mm-hmm. Bada bing. Thank you, Mr. Sack. Let's go in here, see what we got. Just money. Great for my Greed's Gullet that's doing nothing. Can you guys finish? I need to get my ass to the boss before my red stew falls off. Oh, you live? I just saw the clip. What clip? Clip that, chat. Majesty Champ is True Draco? That's probably true. Big ass floodgate. Anything for Dark Lord? I'm looking for edgy artworks. Probably the closest we have right now is the Twilix Lumavale deck. I don't think that deck's like great. It's all the Alestrals that Coder designed. If you want to check out that deck, it'll probably be up on his channel in the next couple of days. Hey, I'm dumb as hell. Look at me, I'm stupid. I'm gonna throw on the fucking sack room. They clipped the death threats come free with your computer. No! They? Who's they? Nah, I didn't get it. The plushies are cute. I'm putting together... I'm putting together a, yes, it does work. I was like, tell me this works with the fucking, yes! With the filigree feather, and it does. I'm getting 2 Angel Room items here, baby. Hallowed Ground, pretty shitty. Let's see Godhead here. I'll take if you insist. Dude, we gotta find an R key. I can't let this run go. Oh my god. Oh. Why is raffle US only? Because I have to ship it personally. And I'm not paying $1 million in tariff prices. Sorry to my international viewers. Oh my god, it's death. Oh my god, we get Big Meat Boy. Super Meat Boy. There he is. All right, let's get in here. I get it. I win. I understand. Holy shit. I get it. I win. Oh my god. Dadoy. You don't have to rub it in. Holy fuck. Will he find a way to throw? I'm trying, baby. Surely. Why am I going back? There's nothing for me back here. Oh. Why do you have a white slave when attacking enemies? Are you talking about the fetuses? That's a good question. Ooh, okay. Nah. Just glad I came back. I went plus here, but not by a lot. The fetuses at this point are larger than you. Thank you, Sacred Heart. And Red Stew, which is still ticking, shockingly. This is insane. Capacitor, no thank you. I just saw the Nesh clip. Where are you guys seeing this clip? Who is posting this clip? What happens on stream stays on stream, chat. That's not true. Twitter? All right. Who's slandering me? I'm literally just loading and scrolling. It's gonna be Farfa. Oh! It's one of these, the reason I didn't see it is it's one of these people who follows me around to tell me how much of a shitbag I am. Oh, man. There's a couple of people like that. MBT's thoughts on the Nesh situation. Red Stew? We have Sacred Heart. I'm over Red Stew. MBT's thoughts on the Nesh situation. Why can't I give him my poop? That's basically a bomb. I do appreciate that I have, like, Hassan hater clippers. I think that's a necessary part of the infrastructure. Like, people who clip everything you say and they're like, Joseph said that AI art is bad. When will he realize that it's the most effective way for disabled individuals to produce content? I don't know. It is really funny. I'm not the first person to make this point, I'm sure. I'm sure some other genius level intellect has come to this understanding. But it is exceptionally funny to me that it's like the online, like, rightoid sphere is half people who are like, hey, I want to kill all the Jews. Does that offend you? And it's half people who are like, why is Joseph failing to center the voices of differently abled art creators in his critique of AI? Like, it's half, like, incredibly performative woke shit and half like, I am Hitler. Hee. It's like, you can't have it both ways. The Bible! I love the Bible. There it is. All right, I don't want that, though. That is Seraphim. We fucking fly. No, those are the same people. But that's the same. That's crazy. Like, that's the thing is, I know I'm doing the Goomba thing where it's like they're not. Oh, get me out of this digital circus. Okay. I know I'm doing the Goomba thing where it's like, okay, they're not the same people, but they are the same people. Like, it's the same accounts. The account that posted that also spends all day tracking me around and being like, MBT is an evil fucker who needs to be murdered. And it's like, motherfucker, you're here getting mad when I say AI art isn't real. I guess for this one, I did say that death threats online don't count, which is different. It's a different position. I feel like half the time I see some weird accounts, I check them and they're neo-Nazis. That one actually is a neo-Nazi, if I recall correctly. The only reason I know who that guy is because they said some shit about Farfa the other day, and I think I sent it to him and was like, this is so true, fuck you. All Farfa and I do all day, by the way, is send each other, like, people on Twitter who make posts that are like, oh my god, you know I'm running this shit back. I'm running this shit back 100 times out of 100. Send us things that are like, these duplicitous Jews are at it again, and we're like, we'll send each other these and be like, it's true, they figured it out. I kind of do like Swallowed Penny. No, I have Eucharist Filigree Feather. What am I doing? No, I'm not gonna take Swallowed Penny. Dodoy. It's a good. We have to do Forget Me Not 2 because we have. Oh my god! It stops those guys from coming out. We have to do Forget Me Not because we're gonna start losing angels. Oh, Greed. Hey, Greed. We'll see if we get a reroll. I think beyond anything else, I think the rise of AR has solidified my belief that people don't view art as meaningful, but are just a product to consume. I guess I can talk a little bit about that. I think that, for me, it's less of a question about, like, what counts as art, and more a question about, like, labor, where... Is there a guy I'm not seeing? There is. He's under my Epiphoria time. Oh, they want me to go to Delirium now. No. miter, right? Yeah. Anyway, for me, it's a more of a question of labor, because I think like saying, oh, you know, you should, it's so crazy. You should be paying for art for your, you know, thumbnails because it's real art. Firstly, complicates like real art as a concept. I just don't buy into. But secondly, is explicitly a product. Like I'm speaking from the perspective of someone who, you know, basically traffics in thumbnails for a living. It's not surprising to me that many people view them as just a totally transactional, like necessary but frustrating because you have to pay for it step of making a video. And so for that, I don't think it's very shocking to see people using AI. The reason I wouldn't is because I think it represents a unique opportunity to show off yourself as kind of a creative. Like, I really like that the Swolax thumbs are instantly recognizable as like a Joseph thumb. I think that's really good. And the reason I dislike the AI ones, who the fuck is alive? Oh, it's a puzzle room. I'm too stupid to do the puzzle. The reason I don't like the AI ones isn't necessarily because I'm like, it's not real art. It's because I'm like, well, that was someone who could have worked collaboratively with you and maybe made a little bit of money off it. You know, I think that transaction has a sort of inherent importance, irrespective of like what it's being used for. Am I making sense? I think I'm just like rambling at this point. Oh man, I can't believe wait, this is the exact same floor. It's the same rooms and everything. No, yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's the other unfortunate thing about talking about this kind of stuff on stream, and why I liked doing it on Isaac, where people generally are less here, is because it lets me kind of put a voice to my where are my bombs? My little rambles, right? And it irritates me to hear that people are like freaky aw clipping the stuff I'm saying during the less well-attended streams, you know? These were at least a little bit my outlet to kind of voice things without feeling like I had to be like capital O on. But whatever, you know, I mean, if you are one of the emergent class of MBT clippers, I understand why you stand in solidarity with AI people. I can't imagine anything worse to do with your life than clip a Twitch channel you hate. But no, I couldn't imagine anything worse to do with your life than sitting in front of an AI prompter. Certainly pales in comparison to what I've chosen to do with my life, which is be bad at a game I play for 8 hours a day. Pretty Fly was in the pool the whole time. Just didn't want me to see it. Did we pass Hush Door? We're way past Hush Door. Oh, wait. Does Strange Key open Hush Door? Yes. Are we gonna get Hush on this hour-long run? Dude, we're gonna get like 5 marks here. Okay, hold up. So how does Hush work with Strange Key? Is it just open while I have it? Hush is pretty tough. Yeah, I don't know if I can do him. I'm pretty low, too. Opens the door to the Hush floor regardless of the timer. Let's go. Okay, so I can go in, do the boss, get the filigree. Oh, I can't even get the... Wait. I don't want to chance it. I'm like, could I go in, get the item with filigree, leave, come back, and then open the Hush door? But I'm not gonna fucking... It's too much work. And we're already winning. Dude... Does Poshkal break the tier cap? Oh, by the way, kid was baptized this week. They had a Poshkal candle. And I felt like a fucking psychopath being like, whoa, it's just like from my Binding of Isaac. It does break the tier cap. Learning much today. It's parasocial as hell, but I do enjoy the peek behind the curtain vibe of the Isaac portion. You know, I don't even know if it is parasocial, of course, but I appreciate the opportunity to talk reasonably. No effect for Tainted Lost. Fuck you. Just because So much of the time I'm doing this, I have to be like capital O on. Yeah, nice bombs, by the way. I just want the progress for the transformation. Hello, Mom's Box. Well, that's great news because I do not need my current trinket. Oh, late-ass member card. Let's take it. What is that? Ooh, smelter? No thanks. Stud finder I kind of like, but I don't really have much use for it. Diplo. That's interesting. Is there something we can do with Diplo? Looking for a holy card. We could get 2 midnight snacks. I'm going to hold Diplo until the end of the game. I think we are past the point where we need Book of Rev. Judgment's really good. I'll pay him out. Breakfast. Snorge. No. When I said that comment about death threats come free with your computer, I knew there was a chance that the wrong people would get a hold of it. Get it into their hands, get a hold of it. And I was like, you know, I think everyone will understand what I'm talking about. I, for instance, get death threats like literally every day. All right, what are we doing? Where are we going? Up? Perfection. Well, I didn't know. Now I kind of want Smelter. I mean, I'll take Perfection over the key that doesn't do anything anymore. Let's go up. I'm not familiar with Binding of Isaac. Why are you pooping so much? I have IBS. No, I actually don't have IBS. That's just the Curse of the Blind. Okay, good. Better to have it now than on chest. Wow, what an interesting situation. Yera? How does he keep doing this? Dude, I'm about to have the most interesting start to a chest ever. I gotta get R-Key, man. Gotta get a dice somewhere. You're so small. I'm just a little boy. I'm just a little freak. No, so this character attacks with poops. The game has become so far out of my control that facet of the character no longer matters. But theoretic, like what you're supposed to be doing is managing a series of poops that I'm just totally foregoing because my base stats are so crazy. It's like we have like a long convoluted combo we can do a la Yu-Gi-Oh! But instead we're just normal summoning Gemini Elf and attacking over and over again because there's nothing our opponents can do about it. Oh, good God, dude. Pretty Fly? Thought I saw Pretty Fly. I'll take all these keys too. Cartridge got to be one of the most boring trinkets ever. Like, sure, would it be so broken if it was 10%? Or would it be so broken if it was 100%? Yes, probably. There's a million ways you could break that. 5 is just nothing, though. Is the ding the Greed's Gullet? We don't have any guppy items. There's no reason for me to play around with kids drawing. Oh my God. Empress? No thanks. Javiera. I have made you in my Tomodachi Life Island. You and Bestial Dispotter are probably getting together. Do you approve of this relation? Please send me this. I love it. I would love to get together with Bestial Dispotter. That's my fucking man. Oh my God, things got pretty fucking crazy there at the end. All right, I can't wait any longer. Here we go. Is Azazel the easier character? He's still the easiest, yeah. All right, here we go. Yera. The Loki. Asshole. Okay, well. Oh! 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 So do I take them all or do I try and find a die? Oh man. Definitely I'm taking Parasitoid twice. Because I want Spider Baby. Wait, is Mutant Spider Baby? Okay, I'm taking both Mutant Spiders. I'm taking both Parasitoids. I am gonna look. Oh, and this is conjoined, isn't it? It's not yet conjoined. Yeah, I need one more for conjoined. Are we Curse of the Lost? Fuck me. Oh, we have crazy luck too. Yeah. Jesus. Pretty strong, pretty strong. We're still in the market for an active. Oh, man. Spider Baby is, Can we find an Archie? If we can find a dice, I think we can force an Archie pretty easily. Spider Butts. I like Spider Butt. Spin to win. Okay, I don't like spin to win. Grim would be crazy here. Yeah, obviously. I don't think we... Maybe. So that item reads... No, I don't need that. That item reads, that you can flip a coin, and if you get heads, you double the items in the room. If you get tails, you you lose everything. Come on. Rune Bag. We'll take Rune Bag. Rune Bag's big. Rune Bag per throw? One time for the one time? Let's get our blue bee kill real quick. Hit him with the Spider Baby. Oh my, oh, look at all the fucking spiders! They're coming out of my asshole, dude! Alright, okay. We're not going there yet. We still have a Mega Satan to kill. We got a lot of more rooms to explain. No thanks. Dude, we are not getting great items here. Like, we're getting a lot of them, I'll admit that, but we are not getting great items here. Also, Curse the Lost. Come on. We get nothing in here? A red heart? Sure, I'll take speed. Piercing. Jesus, look at this. I can't even see anything, dude. Nothing. Mega Rag. Mega Dead. Nope. Hey, I appreciate what you're doing for me, baby, but nope. Oh, man. Yeah. For sure. Oh, no. Oh, look at that lag. We're getting so big, we're deleting our own tiers. No. We have to be really careful about how much we shoot, because we're deleting our own tiers. You will fall to my fetal wall. Yep. There's conjoined. Okay, now we go back and get the other two for conjoined. There's Beelzebub. Coming together in the close here. Still need a die. Oh, we may be done. Yeah, I think we are. All right, I'll just take everything. This is Oh Crap, which is a cool transformation we don't always get. Bloody Gust is actually good. Poopa Duplex is not bad. Asshole Projection is, I guess, interesting. And then the double Lokis are really good with the perfection, and it's conjoined. Oh my fucking god, dude. Monster doesn't do anything. Alright, Satan. Crazy how bad this went the other day, and today it's OP. That's the power of a fucking C-section start, baby. Oh my, I can't... Look at how fucking laggy this is. I can't see anything. This is what it looks like when I'm jacking my shit crazy style. Look at all the spiders coming out of these. So, the Binding of Isaac has a hard cap of how many guys can be on the screen at once, and it's 64. So, between the fetuses and the spiders and the flies, I think I am exceeding that like many times over. I really thought you'd crash the game. There's still time, baby. I didn't even see the angels. Look at this. He's really struggling to get up. Oh my god, he got an attack off. But I'm deleting all of his bullets because it counts the bullets. Okay. All right. Moving on. We ain't done. We ain't done. All right, let's go find Curse of Darkness. God, could we get one floor without a fucking curse? I'm not going to look for an R key. I feel like we have accomplished enough. If I come across one, so be it. It's just 1 in the morning. Soul of Eden. Okay, wait. Hold up. Now we actually have a chance. We have to find the secret room, though. I don't know where it is. Is this... This could be him. Nope. Guppy's Eye? Not yet even remotely close to Gupperton, but sure. That was a room full of guys that we just charmed. Okay. Oh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. This is a puzzle room. I can't even see the puzzle. Jesus. There's a rune in there. I should go check. Hagalaz. Okay, I don't need that. It's crazy I don't have euthanasia yet. That would really solve a lot of my problems. Perhaps it's right here? No. Oh my god. Whoa, I forgot butt bombs. Eden is a D6 chaos. Oh, it's random pools? Oh, then I'll just do it on the next item I find. No reason to hunt around for a secret room. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Good fight. Hills.
Soul of Eden.
I mean, Screw is good. Actually, shot speed up is pretty bad for me, isn't it? With the Tech X, it doesn't matter. Does not matter. Where the fuck is Delhi? Now the Delhi is smelly. I still have perfection, by the way. I think you're strong enough. I agree. No, what we're looking for right now is an R key, which is an item that lets you start the run all the way over with the same items. So why we would be doing it is to get more of our completion marks on a run that is obviously won already. Oh, hello. Okay, wait. Hold the fuck up. Surely this doesn't work, right? No, certainly not. Just drops the key again. Okay. Now I do want to find the secret room. This is Deli, probably. Let's get Deli out of the way first. Nope. The Megaton. That's a good item. Little Chad. Okay, I didn't need Little Chad. I'm already Big Chad. Soul of Lilith. King Baby. Ugh, I don't like King Baby. Okay, it's not there. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's the secret room. The super secret. Where the fuck is Deli? This is crazy talk. Alright, well. Good fight. Satanic. We have now seen every book. Yeah, why not? So it wasn't here, right? I guess we don't know that for sure. That secret could be like 18 different places. It's really irritating. Oh, we are never getting out of this room. There we go. Ooh. Pentagram. Can't be there. I'm gonna find the secret room. If it kills me. Sticky nickel. Alright, that's gotta be Deli. Nope. Taking us forever to find this guy. Little chest. Okay, that's not nothing. Take some poop here. Yara, again. Something I can do with Yara? Wild card. This is a break, right? Okay, well, we'll deal with that in a sec. Deli's getting impatient. Range up. That turns off the brake, unfortunately. Okay, well, we are really, really lagging the fuck out of him. Okay, and we have now ruined the game. As you can see, his shots are a little slow. All right, that was a good fight. We did get IBS there. Jesus juice. Alright, let's see if we can't find the secret room. If we can find the secret room, I'll do... Grab wild card. If we can find the secret room, I'll do our key. Just don't think we are going to. Can't be here. Could technically be here. Nope. Can't be here. Oh my god, Tech Zero. Crash the game. We know it can't be there. It could be here. Oh, shit. We have enough here. A couple is what we need. Nope. Hmm. Oh. That's interesting. Are you kidding me? We missed? That was 100 cents. Alright, I mean, we don't need it, but I am mad about it. Well, where else could it be? I guess technically, be like right here? No. Can't be on either of those. Could be down here? Oh. Be right here? Got it. Damn it. Well, chat, looks like this is the end of our time together. Still, impressive ass run. We got like, I think 5 different marks there. Whew. Hush, up, Hush, Heart, up, Blue Baby, Mega Stand. We got 5 of the 9 marks in one. That was nuts! All right, I will see you next time. Let's see who's live. No one is playing Master Duel. Are you kidding me? Raysian is playing Master Duel. I will throw you over to Ray. Oh, the raffle! And the winner of the raffle is... Oh my god, you almost got me. Skullmock, are you here? Are you American? Rigged, 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 riggedy wrecked. Yes, but is it a problem if I've won a few times before? No, it is not. Congratulations. All right. See y'all next time.